Good evening. Please be seated. I'd like to take a brief moment to remind all present that this meeting is a space for respectful and constructive discussion. I should add that the Standards Committee at its meeting on the 4th of June 2025, I've requested that I make it clear to all members that by attending this meeting today, we are all agreeing to abide by the Members' Code of Conduct. In doing so, members are reminded of the contract that we all sign up to regarding the standards expected from us. Let's remain professional, respectful, listen to one another and uphold the decorum expected of this chamber. Members of the public are asked to observe the public meeting protocol, copies of which are available on some seats as well as on the Council's website. Could I also remind all members, in accordance with paragraph 6.1 of the Council Procedure Rules in the Constitution, that if you are able to, please do stand when speaking and addressing me. May I remind all present that the meeting will be streamed live on the Council's website and also Oldham Community Radio, and the recordings will be available after the meeting. Before we proceed with tonight's agenda, I'd like to invite the Reverend Alex Walker to lead us in a brief reflection. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, members of Council, thank you for the privilege of being able to say a few words this evening. At last month's council meeting, I was sat here in the corner for the first part of the meeting and then later watched much of the rest of the meeting on the live stream. To say it was a difficult meeting is probably the understatement of the year. I certainly didn't envy you, Mr. Mayor, in chairing the meeting. But nevertheless, in spite of that, one part of the meeting really stood out to me. And that was the first motion of administration business about parking provision at the Royal Oldham Hospital. And those of us like me old enough to remember Yes Minister know that administrative affairs in politics don't always get the best of presses. But in last month's debate about hospital parking, it was truly moving to hear from members of council across the political spectrum expressing the problems faced by hospital users and the vital improvements needed to the parking provision. The problems are faced at the very time when hospital visitors and/or their friends or relatives were often at very vulnerable stages within their lives. That debate made me reflect on two important points. The first was that things that might at a cursory glance at an agenda seem like a minor issue compared with many of the items on the Council's agenda can, and so often really do, make such a huge difference to people's lives. And secondly, the vital contribution that every member of council in this chamber from across the political spectrum makes to improve the well-being of people who live in or work in or visit this borough, and particularly those vulnerable people whom otherwise might not be able to make their voice heard. And motions such as that about the hospital parking, for me, really were local democracy at their very best. Mr. Mayor, members of council, thank you.
Thank you, Reverend Walker. We'll now move on to the business of the meeting. Item 1, apologies. I have received apologies for absence from Councillor Zahid Showan, Naveed Showan, Councillor Ghaffur, Councillor Hindle and Councillor Bashforth. Are there any other apologies? Item 2, the minutes of the last two council meetings held on the 17th of September 2025. Sorry.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. The minutes don't reflect the amendment that we made to the motion about electronic voting.
Can I just finish off the statement I was saying? Yeah, and then and I'll call you back in. Yeah, thank you. Sorry, the minutes of the last two council meetings on the 17th of September 2025, the adjourned meeting to the 12th of November 2025 and the 12th of November 2025 ordinary meeting was circulated with the agenda pack. Does any member wish to comment on the minutes? Sorry. Minutes. That was all the minutes, wasn't it? Yeah. Yeah.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. The minutes. Do you need a glass of water?
No, I'm fine, thank you.
Thanks.
Excuse me, Councillor Kenyon. Can we please let people speak and not talk across the chamber, please, to each other? Thank you.
My apologies. So the minutes don't reflect the amendment that we submitted on the report on electronic voting, which Council agreed, which was to instruct the video contractor to show the results of every vote that's shown on the screen, not just recorded votes.
Is that noted? Yes. Yeah. Okay. We'll go through the minutes, and if that's correct, we'll correct it. Thank you. Having said that, can Council agree that the minutes of the Council meeting on the 17th of September 2025 and the 12th of November 2025 were approved as a correct record, subject to that item being checked? And subject to changes on page 107 in your Green Book under item 17, which should read agreed instead of noted. Are we agreed? Thank you. Item 3. Are there any declarations of interest from members in respect of matters to be determined by the Council at this meeting? If members are declaring a prejudicial interest or one of their own registrable interest, could I ask that you leave the meeting at the relevant item? Thank you. I would now like to move that we vary the order of business and that we bring forward communications and the Youth Council motion before we move into urgent business. Is that agreed? Thank you. Thank you, that has been agreed. So we move on to communications relating to the business of the Council. It is with sadness that I refer to the recent passing of the former councillor and mayor of the borough, Ginny Alexander, who represented the St James's ward between 2014 and 2020. Ginny was mayor of the borough of Oldham between 2019 and 2021. I have fond memories of Ginny, and I'm sure many of we do. And I have been notified by members that they wish to say a few words. So, Councillor Shah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Is that on? No. No, it's not. Okay, well, I'll just speak anyway. Just press it. Thank you. This is a very, very difficult time for members of the group as we sit here today still. It's something that we found really difficult to come to terms with. Councillor Ginny Alexander was just not a member of the Labour group. She was a member of our family. She had been ill, as you know, for some time. But even through that illness, she showed great resilience, turning up often to events and being part of our family in a really difficult time for her. We know that her and former Councillor Adrian Alexander had a really strong partnership with each other. You know, we're there for each other throughout thick and thin. So we know that this is going to be an even more difficult time for Adrian now. And for that reason, I'm going to stand just to say not much, because we are still trying to provide support for him through this difficult time. She served as mayor for 2 years during COVID. And what she did actually unknowingly during that time was like not realise that she actually became a history maker, because when she became mayor in 2019, she started a run where Oldham had 3 female mayors in succession for the first time ever. And she took great pride in doing that. And our thoughts are with Adrian and the rest of their family during this difficult time. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Sykes, would you like to speak? Councillor Byrne.
Sorry, Councillor Williams will speak.
All right, sorry, apologies then.
Oh, right, thank you. I met Ginny quite some time before she became mayor, and she we sort of hit it off. I have no idea why, but we just seemed to hit it off. And then when she became, she knew she was going to be deputy mayor after, sadly, Adrian wasn't going to be mayor. We got together and I went up to the rugby league club with them, and I wasn't in my element because I was surrounded by people all in red, supporting red and politically supporting red. But Ginny took me under her wing and she said, "No politics here, this is rugby." And Adrian said, "Yes, I agree." So we sat down and we had a lovely meal, and then after that, when she became deputy mayor, I tried to support her as much as I could, and she just made me just feel that so welcoming just into her life, really, and she was so bubbly. And Adrian was such a superstar, so brash, so bright, so big and bold, and both of them together were just a wonderful couple. The champions of Oldham, they were a couple. The morality was like, it was Mr. and Mrs. It was unbelievable. And my heart goes out to Adrian. And when I heard about this, it was very emotional. But I made a promise to Ginny, and I will try and keep that promise with her, what she told me, and it's forever in my heart, and I shall make sure that I carry it along with me wherever I go. But my heart, my thoughts and prayers go out to Adrian and the rest of the Alexander family and her sister and everybody else that knew her. She was a force to be reckoned with.
Thank you. Councillor Byrne, would you like to speak?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Jeannie was a friend. She wasn't just a councillor, a mayor. She was a friend. And this started, again, through Adrian, because my husband and he had, at some time, played, not together, played at London Irish. So there's sort of immediately there was a synergy between us. Jeannie was one of those people who, before she was a councillor, she supported me on the parish council as chairman with all sorts of things. And similarly, when she was mayor, I supported her. But as has already been said, she wasn't just a councillor. She was a lovely, lovely lady who had a concern for everybody. And when she became ill, she did tell me and told me not to say anything for some time after she became ill, until it became apparent. And I was very upset then. And so when she died so recently, it was a personal bereavement for me, because we had been friends, councillors, and rugby, well, Adrian and my husband had played rugby union, but she converted me to rugby league, and even had me present the ball in the middle of the before the match, in the middle. And she was that sort of person. She took people in. It didn't matter. Politics never mattered with Ginny unless she was on a council business. And her ward was next to mine, and I love Ginny, and I'm very sorry. And my sympathies go to everyone to whom Ginny was a friend.
Councillor Charters.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I mean, I'm finding this quite difficult as well, because the first minutes after I was elected, and it was announced, I got a message from Ginny saying I needed to ring her straight away. And that was because she was very insistent that the Christmas tree that she'd secured as a ward councillor was to continue having a light switch on every year. And she knew that she wasn't well enough now to organise it, and she wanted to pass it on to me. That's something that I have kept going. Both myself and Councillor Cosgrove funded it this year. I want to pay thanks to Steve Hill and his team for the work they've done as well in keeping that going, lighting that tree. And I think something that Pam's just said sort of really resonated with me as well, though, is that Ginny was also a mentor to a lot of people. She sort of told people what she thought, and she was very forthright in saying it. And she'd tell you if you were doing something wrong, and she'd tell you if you were doing something right. And that was something that I actually really valued, because, you know, in politics a lot of times we want people to tell us what we're doing is right, and we don't want people to tell us what we're doing wrong. And it's always good to have someone, a friend, who can pull you to a side and say, this isn't the best, try something else, and you can take that with you. Since Ginny passed, I've spoken to a lot of residents and community groups in our ward. Ginny set up the Over 60s Lunch Club at Moorside Cricket Club alongside Kath and Linda, who were very sad to hear about Ginny's passing, although as we knew that Ginny was quite ill, it wasn't as much of a shock, but it still took us by surprise. And every time I spoke to people, they just talked about how Ginny was someone who really cared about the community, really cared about her residents. And I spoke to people on the doorstep who said, you know, when I was in trouble, I went to Ginny and it got sorted. And that's something that I think we should take away, is that when we're not in this place anymore, people will remember what we did for them as councillors, as many people remember what Ginny did for them. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Would any other members wish to speak? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On behalf of the Oldham Group, I would like to place on record our condolences to Ginny's friends and family at such a very difficult time. And we hope that they can draw some comfort from the love, respect and the support that exists across the chamber and the borough. Again, we send our condolences. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members? Please, would the council join me in observing a minute's silence in memory of former councillor Ginny Alexander? Thank you. Our next item of business is the Youth Council, and we have 20 minutes to consider the motion from the Youth Council entitled Young Men's Mental Health. Could I welcome Louis Wild and Peter Steele from the Youth Council and invite both onto the dais to present their motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and councillors. My name is Louis Wild. I'm a Member of Youth Parliament for Oldham and Youth Councillor for Oldham East.
And I'm Peter Steele, Youth Councillor for Oldham East and member of the Youth Services Masculinity and Normality, or MAN, project. We stand, or sit I suppose, before you today, not just as representatives, but as young people driven by an urgent crisis facing our community, the crisis of men's mental health, particularly among young men. The perception surrounding men's mental health is heavily stigmatised. National evidence shows that men continue to face significant barriers to seeking help. According to a study by Mind, 40% of men in England do not talk about their mental health due to stigma and fear of embarrassment. NHS data shows that 12.5% of men in England have a mental health disorder, yet many remain undiagnosed or unsupported.
And these aren't the only statistics that confirm a barrier to men talking. According to a survey conducted by the Priory Group, over a third of men in the UK believe that at some point in their lives they have had a mental disorder, yet they have never discussed it. This very same survey tells us that 40% of men believe that it would take thoughts of self-harm or suicide to encourage them to tell somebody. Suicide is the leading cause of death of men under 50, and 75% of all suicide in England and Wales were male, the highest proportion recorded in 25 years. Regionally, the North West faces some of the most damning statistics as well, with a suicide rate of 13.7 per 100,000, the second highest of any region in England.
We believe that it is vital that a focus on young men's mental health needs to be addressed. Mental health can have a severe impact on various areas of life, ones that have a detrimental consequence into adulthood. Given the statistics already mentioned, it is no wonder that mental health demonstrates negative impact on school attendance, sleep disruption, and ultimately stress-related sicknesses for young people in employment. We are attempting to address the issue of mental health through the MAN project. We work to explore masculine identities, and we believe this starts with the promotion of good mental health amongst men. In October, we held our first conference, open to schools and bringing together young men with the theme of going beyond the armour, encouraging young men to support each other while seeking the support they need for themselves. We left school pupils who attended with an open mind towards mental health and open to conversation about it.
But this is just the start. Of the 80 young men in attendance that day, it is obvious that mental health is still a very prevalent issue amongst today's young people. According to Oldham Council's own suicide prevention plan, the suicide rate in Oldham stands at 10 per 100,000. While this is better than the North West statistic, it still emphasises the need for proactive and well-resourced action. Early intervention in young men's mental health is critical in preventing the onset of long-term impacts. As someone who has experienced this firsthand, alongside other young men within the borough, it highlights the urgent need for strengthened support, awareness and targeted interventions to address men's mental health. Next year in May, during Men's Mental Health Week, Oldham Youth Council, in partnership with the MAN project, will aim to raise awareness of men's mental health and encourage them to gain the courage to tackle their issues. Silence is not a strength. We would hope that all councillors, but specifically male councillors, would offer us their support on this issue when the time comes.
This motion asks Oldham Council to recognise the scale of the challenge, to prioritise men's mental health within local strategies, and to work with partners to reduce stigma, improve access to support, and ultimately save lives. We also ask Oldham Council to leverage its influence by writing directly to the government and the Secretary of State for Health and Social Care, the Right Honourable Wes Streeting MP, advocating for urgent and targeted investment in young men's mental health services.
As local resources are stretched, the national crisis in men's mental health, particularly for young men who are less likely to seek help, demands a scaled-up, targeted funding stream. Targeting support for young men now will significantly reduce the future incidence and impact on long-term mental health conditions, easing the burden on crisis services and ensuring that every young person in Oldham receives the support that they deserve without facing debilitating waiting lists or barriers. Thank you.
Thank you. Could I now call on Councillor Mushtaq to move and Councillor Woodvine to second the recommendations in the Youth Council motion? Councillor Mushtaq.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and well done, guys. I know how nervous you were. I'd like to thank Louis and Peter for bringing this important motion here today and to congratulate them on delivering the inaugural Youth Council motion in the new chambers. So well done. I'm aware of the great work you've been doing on this, including the conference you held in October, which was very well attended. Before I talk about the topic, I'd like to address your asks in the motion. I confirm that Oldham Council does recognise the scale of the challenge, and I'm happy for the Council to write to the Secretary of State, informing him of this motion and advocating for the need to address this at a young age. The fundamental point you raise here today epitomises why it's so important that youth voice is incorporated in everything we do. The numbers around suicide rates focus on men of middle age. Through your work, you are connecting the dots from children, young people, adolescents, through to the young men that are discussed at a national level. If we are to make a real difference, we must, which I believe is your underlying point, link it back to what happened or didn't happen with middle-aged men when they were young boys and adolescents. The theme of your October conference, which you've mentioned, Breaking the Armour, I found so powerful. It encapsulates the environment we're in and the challenges we face as a society. It captures the zeitgeist perfectly. This invisible armour is actually not that invisible. The pressure put on men to be a man or to man up or to suck it up is the very armour we need to break. We must create an atmosphere where men feel confident enough to express themselves, to ask for help and to receive help. The definition of a man has become contorted over the years. My own personal view, Mr. Mayor, is that if you have to raise your voice, shout angrily, intimidate or resort to violence, it's not because you're a man, it's because you failed as a man, leading to these behaviours out of frustration at your failure. A man is a father, a brother, an uncle, a grandfather, a husband, a partner, and yes, a protector. All roles that require love, care, affection, humility and strength. But not the type of strength that enables you to bench 100 kg at the gym. The kind of strength that enables you to care for yourself so you can be that man to your loved ones. It takes strength to recognise when things are getting too much. It takes strength to ask for help. And it takes strength to be a good mate. Support your mates if you see that they are struggling to break through their own armour. Louis, Peter, this is what I've taken from your work and your motion. We need real men like the two of you to continue your campaign and help break the armour of all the young men so we can see a real fall in the numbers of suicides and attempted suicides in Oldham, and improved attitudes towards men's mental health and young men who are neurodiverse. As promised, I will continue to support you in my role as lead member for children and young people and look forward to working with you moving forwards. Well done and thank you.
Councillor Woodbine.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In my time on this council, I have never seconded a youth motion. On this occasion, this issue has my fullest support, and I am very proud to second this motion, and I thank the young men for presenting it to us. I know my habits and beliefs are not often betelling of my young age, and almost half a decade of service on Oldham Council has taken its toll on my youthfulness. But at 24, I still just about fit into that category. Nearly 5 years ago, after 2 years on Saddleworth Parish Council, I arrived here as a fresh-faced 20-year-old councillor. If you want a stress-free lifestyle, politics is certainly the wrong profession. However, and you may struggle to believe this, during my time at school in sixth form, I didn't have too many friends. So at 16, I joined the Conservative Party, and despite the criticism some people make of my party, it was one of the best decisions I made. I met a balmy but good bunch of people, and it has since opened many doors and opportunities, like standing here today as the very proud representative of Saddleworth South. You may not appreciate me saying this, but I also had finally found a kindred spirit and one of my greatest friends. Somebody I recall fondly from my childhood as he served the altar at St Edward's Church, and somebody I'm proud to sit beside in this chamber. Councillor Lancaster will attest to some of my mental health challenges over the last few years. He's had to experience some of them, but he's always been on hand to support me, and I'm sure he's regretted the level of involvement he's found he has in my life. Since meeting Luke, and with much of his guidance, I have made lots of progress in my private life. I have more friends than I've ever had, and my life, despite having the occasional hiccup, is generally good. In April this year, I had the rather unexpected loss of my grandfather, which led to a rather downward spiral in my mental health. I say lost, he didn't disappear, he died. That same month, I found myself sat in A&E most of the night with my mum. The symptoms were palpitations, a tight chest, difficulty breathing. I was tested for a heart attack. I know some members in this chamber would like to see the back of me, but it's my intention to be around for a long time just to annoy you. For context, and those of you who don't know, my father died when I was 18 of cardiac arrest, and my late grandfather also had long-term heart problems. For me, on that occasion, it was anxiety and/or panic. Since then, I have had precautionary tests on my heart. Yes, they did manage to find one, and not a brick in my chest. ECGs, ultrasounds, and most recently an MRI. While the outcome of the tests are outstanding, I have a suspicion many of my physical complaints this year have been caused by the poor health of my mind. The solution isn't always pharmaceutical. It's having good friends, getting involved in voluntary activities, for me, walking in the shadow of countryside, finding and practicing faith. As the Bible says, God has a plan for you, a plan to prosper you and not to harm you, a plan to give you hope and a future. Even going into the pub and sitting at the bar, I would say to any young man in Oldham, greet a stranger. Some of the people I talk to daily are people I met perchance. Over the last few months, I invested my time in attempting to train a Cocker Spaniel, Monty. Chasing him around has vastly improved my mind and body, though I'm not sure we have the budget to provide every young man with a Monty. Fundamentally, the solution for young men is to open up and to talk. Access services if you need to, and do not be ashamed to do so. Finally, Mr. Mayor, it can seem easy for me to say this. This council chamber is often a theatre, and as councillors we are often the actors. But despite the show we put on at full council, I am sure each of us have felt scared or stressed, worried or anxious, upset or paranoid. So we must be a council that truly cares for the well-being of all Oldham residents, but importantly, it's young men. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Does any member wish to speak? Councillor Williamson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That was very nice. It really was a surprise. But I'm going to address these two chaps over here. It's such a shame that you have to come here and talk about your feelings. When you're a young person, whether that, and especially as a boy, you're told, man up. Each and every man in this room has probably been told that at one time in their life, or many more times in their lives. And what does that say about the society we live in? And that's where it starts, because that's what you get. You get that tin, they open it up, and they say, man up, don't cry, don't say you're sorry, because you're weak. But you're not weak. It's you, it's your temperament, it's you as the person that you are. It's not anything to do with the fact that you're weak. You're struggling with stuff, you're only young. You've got your life ahead of you. And these barriers that you're facing when somebody says to you, man up or stop crying, don't do this, don't do that, because you're a man, you're a boy, you can't do this, then that's how it makes you feel, I believe. I am, as you can see, I am not a man, or a boy, so I can't attest to the feelings that a man or a boy has, but I do know that men struggle really significantly with telling people how much they love them and stuff like that, and that all affects your mental health. This is an absolute must for Oldham and for across the country. There are organisations out there that will support people with mental health issues, but that comes as a cost. That comes as, if you've got drug issues as well as your mental health, then can you have that as well? Can you have services for drug and alcohol? Can you have services for mental health? Some organisations won't allow that. They don't want you to have that. But sometimes when you have mental health issues, you turn to drugs, you turn to alcohol, and that's what you do. I don't want you to sit here and think I'm preaching to you, because I'm not really. I honestly am not. I'm just saying I think it's a fabulous motion. Some of the statistics that have been said tonight are based on men. Now, the reason why they can't, thankfully, and this, I'm saying it really is thankfully, is they have not got statistics for suicides for young people, is because they are few and far between. But the other thing is that they cannot quantify what substitutes a suicide sometimes, because they may have a drug overdose. But are they trying to kill themselves, or is it a drug overdose? I am just trying to explain some of the figures. So the Office of National Statistics need to pull their finger out and get some more information so that it can support you guys in your future. What we want for the future of Oldham is for our boys who are 5, 6, 7 are getting mental health support in their primary schools, going through to secondary schools, going through to college, and wherever they go, whether that's work or university, and in the home, so that people don't say to you, man up, behave yourself, you're a man, you shouldn't be crying. But I really thank you for this motion, and I hope you go far with it. And if you ever need any support, the Liberal Democrat group are here. I know we're men more heavily sided to the men, but the men still feel empathy, like you guys do, and like every man in the chamber. So thank you very much for that.
Councillor Hamdani.
Sorry, thank you. I wasn't going to speak on this, but I kind of owe it to... sorry. I owe it to my friend, Ed. When Ed was about 16, he came home from school and his father had killed himself, and he found him, and that basically wrecked Ed's life. And he had drug addiction, he had mental health problems, and he followed down the same path that his father did. And about 3 years ago, Ed killed himself as well. And it becomes generational. And if we don't sort these things out for us young people, then the next generation just does the same thing. And I'm really sorry that we didn't do enough for Ed. I'm really grateful that you are. Sorry. Thank you, Ed.
Yes.
Thank you, Miss Mayor. About 4 or 5 years ago, I became aware that suicide of young men was had never really recognised it before. And being a governor at Saddleworth School, I spent quite a lot of money on these. Did you get one, Louis? Yes, you think you did. This is just a little tag which has on it, sorry about that, has on it all the telephone numbers you may need if you can't talk to somebody, if your mental health is at such a state that you are at a crisis point. And we give them to, I paid for these, well, I raised money from people to give these because they actually cost £1 each. But some of you will know already and already have them because I sometimes give them away. I think Louis will tell you, he refers to my Mary Poppins bag in which in the bottom I have a load of these and I give them out to people when required. So this is something that is only a small thing that I have done, which doesn't just mean for young men, but I do acknowledge that there are times when young men have a greater problem with their mental health and their thoughts than girls, because girls talk more than boys. So this is what I've tried to do over the last 5 years or so.
Thank you, Councillor Byrne. We now need to move to the vote. So can members use electronic voting to cast your vote on the motion? You'll have 20 seconds when I announce that the voting is closed. There will be no further voting. Okay. Please cast your votes. Twenty seconds. 20 seconds have gone. Voting is closed. Did somebody say they couldn't cast their votes?
Councillor Byrne.
Councillor Byrne. All right. Are we still? Yeah. Anyway, the motion is passed. No against, no abstentions. Thank you. Can I just pass on my thanks to the Youth Council as well for their excellent work tonight, and look forward to seeing you again soon. Thank you. The next item on the agenda is urgent business. I have agreed an urgent item of business from the leader as communicated to the group leaders yesterday related to the Home Secretary's announcement yesterday in the Commons of a child sexual exploitation. I will allow 15 minutes for this. Could I invite Councillor Shah to make a statement?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Following yesterday's communication from the Chief Executive, members will be aware that the Home Secretary has confirmed Oldham will be prioritised as one of the first areas for local investigation in the full national statutory inquiry into child sexual exploitation. As Council knows, in July 2024, Councillor Holbein and Councillor Hinds brought a motion forward which we unanimously voted for to write to the Home Secretary requesting a Home Office-led public inquiry into child sexual exploitation in the Borough of Oldham. We also resolved to commission an independent inquiry should the Home Office refuse the above request. Given the Home Office have now accepted our original request and commissioned a public inquiry with statutory powers, we shall not be progressing with a parallel local inquiry without statutory powers. We therefore strongly welcome the Government's decision to proceed and the Chair and Panel's confirmation that Oldham will be among the earliest areas examined. This represents a significant step forward for our borough and for everyone that's been affected. I have heard directly and unequivocally from survivors in Oldham about how much this matters. Having the opportunity to share their testimony in a way that is recognised and respected is absolutely essential. Survivors want answers about their own experiences and they want their voices to be heard in the same way. And in the words of the Home Secretary yesterday, this inquiry is theirs, not ours. It is equally vital that the inquiry fulfils its role in bringing perpetrators to justice and ensuring accountability for individuals and organisations that failed young people in the past. It's now time for us to step back and support this national inquiry and local survivors who need our help and need our support. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I will now call on Councillor Obin as mover of the original motion. Would you like to speak first before I invite other members to speak?
Thank you. I've no notes. I'm winging it again. I remember in 2019 as a baby councillor bringing this forward with the great John Hudson to assist us through. And then since then, with the help of my fellow independents, some of them that are not independent at the moment, but they still stood steadfastly behind us to get these through many times. It didn't get through. Eventually, we got there. What I think we need to do now, what I'd hope now, after all the work, and I'm proud that the people in this chamber voted finally to get an inquiry. I think what we need to do now is get behind the inquiry. I know there's talk of the chair. There's already talk of the chair and allegiances. But I think it would have been very difficult to find anybody anywhere without an allegiance to something. So I think we've got to accept that now on behalf of the survivors, hope that they accept it, and hope that this inquiry now can start to get to the heart of what I described in the old chamber a couple of times, a cancer at the heart of abuse of children. I'm really proud that this chamber has been a small part of achieving what it's done. I know that the goalposts have moved a few times, and we've moved from local now to a national, but as I see it, it's a national statutory inquiry, and the part that comes to Oldham will also be statutory. I've looked at the terms of reference. To be honest, some of them concern me, but I understand that there is consultation and they're not written in stone yet. One of the main things that concerns me, that I only read them fully before this meeting, was the timings on it, because there seems to be a date time, as it'll only go back as far, and that there is a limit on perpetrators in numbers. And after speaking to survivors today, that's an element that could cause problems, I think, because there are lone wolves out there that handed people over to grooming gangs, as far as I can tell. So I hope that it goes as far as it can. I hope that the scope is as wide as it can. I hope these little things that I've noticed in the terms of reference can be expanded. But I do think we need to take the politics out of it, and now we need to step back. We can't ignore it, we can't leave it. I think we need to be a critical friend to the inquiry, keep our eye on it, and if there's anything that we don't like, we need to step forward possibly. But I do think now is the time for everybody, including the people that will find a different agenda for this. I think everybody needs to step back now and allow the chair and the inquiry to begin, and let's get to the root of the cause of this and do it in the name of the survivors, because they're the people that matter, not the people in this room, not the people in the Houses of Parliament. The people that really matter are the survivors, the victims. And if we can help by not interrupting with the processes now in this inquiry, then I think that's what we should do. And I commend everybody for the unanimous vote when it came in front of us all last July. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sykes.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. It's been a while coming, hasn't it? 6 months, but we've got one. And I think I would unusually support most of the things that Councillor Holbein has said, that this isn't perfect. It's far from it. I've read some of the terms in it, and I think it could be better, but if we're consulting on them, with an opportunity to shape that. What I'm interested in, and I think most people will be in this chamber, is this has survivors front and centre, and they're involved and engaged in this process, own it, have confidence in it, which they have or have not in various other things that have gone on over the last few years, shall we say, and we'll leave it at that. I do think now it's happened and we've appointed a chair, and we can have a fascinating debate about that. From what I can gather from my colleagues, she will do a good and fair job, and won't be partisan. So from our point of view, that's fine. I hope she leaves no stone unturned. I, like you, concerned about time limits and things like that. So there's some devil in the detail here that needs to be sorted, but I do hope we can draw a line on it, isn't the right phrase, but get behind it and let it run its course without shouting from the sidelines and without using it for other agendas, as people have on a number of occasions over the years. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Sykes. Could I now call on Councillor Hints?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. First of all, I just wanted to thank Councillor Holbein and Councillor Sykes for their words. I think this has been a very, very strong subject, but also a very divisive one in terms of elected members and outside that. But that being said, I don't think there's anybody in this chamber who could get away from the fact that the survivors had to come first and had to be front and centre. And I think it was just a course of how we got there in the end. Our personal journey was, obviously, through our working arrangement with the administration. It was paramount to us as a requisite to get a local inquiry through. And I know it's something that Brian and his former colleagues and others had been fighting for. And it was a question of that. And what I will say, I'm so pleased that things through the administration, through escalating it through national government, we have really made the issue here. It's not unique in Oldham, I understand that, but it has made Oldham kind of the centrepiece in terms of this. And I think the survivors should be really proud of that. I think it's testament to them. They never give up. I've had contact with survivors, as I'm sure as other people, and the one thing I will say is their absolute determination and strength. And this journey for them has been going on long before I even knew about the subject, let alone tried to get involved with it. So my thanks really is for the strength of the survivors, but also for every member in this chamber who, despite their political allegiances, one way or another, have never deviated from their strength in getting this through. Thank you.
Councillor Woodbine.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Despite the declining trust in the Labour government to deliver this, and despite several survivors so far distancing themselves from the process and subsequently resigning from the panel, the Conservative group on Oldham Council welcomed the announcement that the Home Office have appointed a chairman in terms of reference for the National Inquiry into child sexual exploitation. In solidarity with the intentions and sentiments shared by the Chief Executive yesterday and all group leaders, I suppose, we will fully support the process. In 2019, Alderman Hudson, when he was the Conservative group leader, wrote to the Home Office requesting a national inquiry. Since then, all Conservative group leaders and councillors have supported a public inquiry. I credit the government for finally bringing a national inquiry almost to fruition. However, and I can't say the jury is out because they've been scrapped, but the proof will be in the pudding as to whether this delivers the justice the victims and survivors definitely and undoubtedly deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. Does any other members wish to speak?
This one, isn't it? Excellent. Some severe whitewash has been applied here tonight, so let's apply the truth. This council chamber voted down an inquiry 6 times of various kinds, not because of any other reason than partisan interest. When I was a Conservative, I wrote to the government along with colleagues. It was rejected there, though we kept trying at a local level. Unfortunately, it took months, weeks, and a national scandal, Elon Musk and others, to expose to the world the evil crimes of mainly Pakistani men and the rape gangs who have basically exploited young children for years, if not decades. And I'm afraid tonight, the appointment of the Baroness has raised questions in regards to partisanship. And it did take out another chair because of that. And it did take out a member of that panel originally. And there are survivors who aren't happy. It does look like Labour is marking its own homework. And I'm afraid it isn't good enough that they haven't been able to find a judge or someone with legal experience to guide this process. Because it's going to need a forensic lawyer to really dig up the drains and the rot that exists in boroughs, towns, councils, villages across this country. We've seen in Scotland how the Scottish Executive are dragging their feet. We've seen in England how Labour councils have been dragging their feet. It isn't good enough for us to say, now we've got this inquiry, let's all just hush down and wait for its findings. It needs to be right, and it needs to be right immediately, not when it concludes, so when these issues that get raised, they've not been fixed. Because survivors have been waiting a long, long time for justice. And I'm afraid they're going to have to wait a lot longer, because I suspect this inquiry is going to end up digging up things and exposing things that will make this inquiry go on for much longer than it anticipates. And you've got to look at the fact that many of these survivors, some of them, if you go back far enough, are now getting to an age where they don't think justice is going to arrive. And that's a scandal of not of just politicians back in the day, but politicians today, who failed to deal with this 6 years ago when it first came to this council. I drafted a lot of that in the Conservative group. I had arguments within the Conservative group about it. So let's not pangloss it that things were smooth and people thought things were going to go right immediately. It took votes at this council of all inquiries of all types. It took a national scandal exposed by GB News, Elon Musk, the survivors and others to drive up the parliamentary agenda. It took a national scandal to even get to this stage. And now we're here tonight to say, oh, well, we've now appointed the chair after months of waiting. And I have looked at the terms of reference. And to be honest with you, some of them, like you say, the timings, the fact that it doesn't mention about the racial profile, it doesn't mention about the specifics of that. And that is the problem. White working class girls were targeted by predominantly Pakistani men. And we need to expose and we need to uncover the truth. And until we get that right, and the Baroness can confirm that, then quite frankly, questions will hang over. Because given what's been said...
Thank you, Councillor Quigg. Time's up. Thank you. Councillor Shah has indicated that she would like to reply. Are members happy for Councillor Shah to have given the time to reply? Thank you.
So, I was listening to all the responses to this because it was urgent business, because it was a statement. I think the Home Secretary yesterday indicated really clearly who this inquiry is for. I think every member who spoke with great integrity, actually, and sincerity, yeah, I know, but with the absolute integrity, and spoke about exactly the importance of this inquiry and who it's for. And when I sat here, Mr. Mayor, for a minute, I reflected on what my time used to be like when I first joined this chamber, and I thought, you know what, this is what we used to do. We used to criticise each other politically, but actually we used to always stand for the right thing. We might have alternative views of how we get there, but we stand for the right thing. Now, let me make it very clear, Mr. Mayor. There are, unfortunately, some political parties that it suits politically to keep dragging this on, to undermine a process. It suits them. But let me also make this clear, that we shouldn't be stood here undermining a process that hasn't even begun. This isn't about us, and it certainly isn't about what Councillor Quigg thinks. And if he feels like nobody else has got the qualifications or the credentials to decide who the judge and jury should be for this, I would like him to share his with the government, because clearly they're above and beyond everybody else's. But the other thing is, let us make this really clear. The one political party that continues to make this about ethnicity, about religion and everything else, I will speak for every single Pakistani member in this chamber and the majority that aren't sick, vile perverts out there. We don't care who you are, what your faith is, what your religion is, who you belong to, where you come from, what your background is. If you are sick, vile pervert, then you will be brought to justice. And I don't think anyone disagrees with that in this chamber. So I think what we were talking about is the unity of coming together to getting the right thing for survivors here and for the victims here, not for what Councillor Quigg thinks he might put on a leaflet and might get him elected. And do you know what the stark reminder of this chamber was today for me? That there was an issue, there was a time when we could come into this chamber and have disagreements and do it in a mature way. But the reality is, the reminder was what the problem is and where the problem in this chamber became, because this is where the division started and this is where it ends. And today is a testament about that. Nobody made it about them. Nobody made it about anything else apart from one individual who seeks to divide this chamber and the people of this community across Oldham since they've had a platform to do that on. And we should all really reflect on that, because I think that is a very dangerous tone.
Yeah. Thank you. We'll now move on to the second item of urgent business, which relates to item 10, Notice of Administration Business, Motion 2. In accordance with paragraph 12.4.1 If Councillor Quigg would cease from making comments when I'm speaking, please. Thank you. And 12.4.3 of the Council Procedure Rules, there will be a change to the mover and seconder of motion 2, fairer parking charges at Manchester Airport. The motion will now be moved by Councillor Jabbar and seconded by Councillor Charters. The final item of urgent business relates to the business of our last meeting. I wanted to provide Councillor Woodbine the opportunity to provide a point of clarification following the last council meeting when he considered the polling district review. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's not often that I make a mistake, but at the last council meeting, I made a reference to head of elections, and immediately after the meeting, I reviewed my correspondence about the matter, which is the polling stations in Saddleworth South, and my correspondence was actually with the former Director of Legal. So I misremembered and I made that mistake, and I wrote to the head of elections to explain that, but obviously I put it on record today. And in some good news, our lovely Director of Governance and head of elections have actioned my request to move the polling stations from St Mary's Church to St Mary's School. So thank you very much for that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Woodbine. We will now move on to petitions. I can advise Council that no petitions of this meeting of the Council to consider. Now moving on to move back to the order of the agenda as published, and we will take item 8 of the agenda, public questions. In line with Council Procedure Rule 10, Council will consider questions submitted in the order they were received. The time allowed for public questions is a maximum of 15 minutes. Once the time limit expires, no further questions will be asked. There is no right of reply to answers given. I will advise of the name of the questioner, and I will read out the question and ask the relevant Cabinet member or their deputy to respond. Responses will be limited to a maximum of 2 minutes. If the time limit is expired and questions remain outstanding, the questioner will receive a written response. The response will also be published on the Council's website shortly after the meeting. The first question is from Anna Roberts. I welcome the Government's proposal to implement sweeping reforms to strengthen standards and rebuild confidence in local government, and share the widespread support expressed in the consultation for a mandatory code of conduct. Local authorities will get powers to suspend councillors and mayors for serious misconduct and to withhold allowances where behaviour falls short. The coalition government removed all effective sanctions, which has helped to undermine confidence in local councils. Could the leader comment further, and does she have any information about how soon these overdue reforms will be in place? I will call upon Councillor Jabbar, Deputy Leader and Cabinet Member for Finance, Corporate Services and Sustainability, to reply.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks to Hannah for raising this very important issue. I strongly agree that ethical standards and robust accountability are essential to maintain public trust in local government. The current proposal to introduce a mandatory code of conduct and restore meaningful sanction represent a significant and welcome step forward, rebuilding the confidence, particularly following the weakening of the standards framework under the previous coalition government. The ability for local authorities to suspend councillors for serious misconduct and withdraw allowances where behaviour falls short of expected standards will provide much needed tool to address unacceptable conduct and reinforce the principle that elected representatives must meet the highest standard of behaviour. Whilst the government has made clear its commitment to these reforms and the consultation responses demonstrate strong support, we are still waiting details, implementation guidance and a confirmation timetable. However, indications are that the necessary legislation will be brought forward as a priority and we will ensure that we are prepared to implement the new framework effectively and consistently. We will keep members updated as further information becomes available, and we will engage fully with the process to ensure these long overdue reforms deliver this strengthened standard and accountability that our community rightly expect. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Question 2. The next question is from Matthew Broadbent. In April, planning permission was refused for a battery energy storage system in Failsworth Greenbelt. In October, the decision was overturned by the Planning Inspectorate on the back of the council not meeting the deadline to submit the necessary paperwork to defend the decision. In addition, the Inspectorate awarded substantial costs against the council for unreasonable behaviour, which Oldham ratepayers will now have to foot the bill. Does the leader take responsibility for the council dropping the ball, and what actions will the council take to ensure that such negligence never happens again? I call on Councillor Taylor, Statutory Deputy Leader and Cabinet Member for Neighbourhoods, to reply.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I appreciate that the question was directed to the leader, but as planning sits within my portfolio, I will cover this question. So I want to thank Mr. Broadbent for bringing this matter to my attention. And just to be clear, Mr. Mayor, I am still investigating why the relevant paperwork was not submitted in time for the appeal case to the Planning Inspectorate. And whilst I'm sure that delays in submitting the paperwork to the Inspectorate were one factor in the Inspector's decision to award costs against the Council, the reason for the costs awarded have been stated in the appeal decision notice, and I quote that the reason for refusal is a vague and generalised assertion about the proposal's impact, unsupported by any objective analysis. So obviously, Mr. Mayor, I do need to continue with investigations into this particular case, and I will reply with more detail to Mr. Broadbent outside of this meeting. However, I do think that this also serves as a timely reminder for members who sit on planning committee that we do need to make that those members do need to ensure at the time of making a decision that the reason for refusal are planning considerations and that they are reasonable and fully explained and justified. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. When you get that additional information, could you share that with all members, please? Thank you. Question 3, question from Karen Moore. I reported a sinking pavement on the 9th of the 10th, 25, on Livingstone Street, Springhead. Council, please explain the Council's response that the street was unadopted and repairs were the responsibility of the houses fronting the street. The information links provided by the Council's email clearly indicated the street to be firstly maintained at public expense by Oldham and secondly adopted as listed in the Oldham Council Street Index. Given these facts, could the Council please advise, therefore, when the maintenance will begin to repair the pavement to stop the sinking before an accident happens to the general public or the adjacent property areas are damaged? I call upon Councillor Goodwin, Cabinet Member for Transport and Highways, to reply.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to Karen Moore for the question. This area was inspected as a matter of planned routine just 2 weeks prior to the particular query being received, with no defects evident on Livingston Street in this vicinity. The resident is correct that Livingston Street is adopted and it is therefore maintainable at public fence and will continue to be inspected. However, the flagged area in the grass verge where the movement may have occurred is not adopted as highway or within council ownership, so the matter would be for the private landowner to resolve, and we will look into potential enforcement action. The part of the flagged area that is within the council's responsibility has no defects currently that require any action. As stated above, the area will be subject to regular inspections, and should defects exist that require maintenance, then this will be programmed and completed.
Thank you, Councillor Goodwin. Next question is from Stephen Ingham. Parking is an ongoing problem in Oldham, especially outside schools at dropping off, and more particularly picking up times. The council has had time to assess the effectiveness of the school street scheme, and it is time to roll it out on a wider scale. I realise it will take time, but the residents around Leesbrook Academy need help now. There are times when it is chaos. People are late for appointments, late getting children to nursery and primary school because of the gridlock around the school. What can the council and the police do to sort the matter out? I call upon the Councillor Chris Goodwin to respond.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you to Mr Ingham for the question. We are extremely proud of Oldham's award-winning School Streets programme, which has already reduced traffic and improved safety around several schools. In line with the TFGM Active Transport Commission's vision, we are committed to expanding the programme further across Oldham. Whilst we must balance time and resources to ensure the right schemes are delivered in the right places, we want residents to know that Leesbrook Academy is a priority, and we'll be working closely with stakeholders and community partners to deliver a solution that eases congestion, supports safer journeys and strengthens our community. We are currently working through the details and will share these in due course.
Thank you, Councillor Goodwin. A question from Amy Wrigley. Please, Oldham has been highlighted as having a large proportion of women who are unemployed. Based on the latest figures from the Office for National Statistics website, it gives us a figure that's more than double the national average for female unemployment. What is Oldham Council doing to support and encourage women specifically into employment, aside from the Job Centre initiatives? I call upon Councillor Fida Hussain, Cabinet Member for Enterprise, to reply.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and can I thank Amy Wrigley for her question. The latest Office for National Statistics data reports that 6% of women are claiming universal credit versus 7.7% of men. However, when reviewing the economic inactivity, there is a significant difference, whereas 73.9% men are economically active compared with the 66.1% of women. The government's Get Britain Working White Paper sets out a commitment to reduce unemployment and tackle economical inactivities, for which the latter has been largely ignored for over 14 years. The Council, through Get Oldham Working Services, delivers a person-centred responsive services to residents, redeveloped in recent years to reduce the barriers into work, including confidence, health, include flexible appointments, confidence building, employability activity, digital readiness, health-linked employment pathways. This has led to an increased take-up of sport by women, which includes 63% of Vanguard clients being women, Restart 57.6%, Sport to Succeed 56.5%, and National Career Service 53.6%. The Council, in partnership with Action Together and OCL, have recently launched a Trailblazer programme which is targeting economically inactive residents, and this will therefore target a range of people, including women. Mr Mayor, I realise there is a lot of percentage numbers on here, so I don't mind writing directly to Amy Wrigley to explain it further. Thank you.
We now have a question from Jane MacDonald. To ensure, can the Council please explain what they are doing about flooding issues in Wallyhole Road, Greenfield? The road floods each time there is a heavy rainfall. The situation has got worse since the installation of traffic lights at the junction by the Royal George. A culvert by bungalows on the Manchester Road is blocked. This overflows and the drains on Manchester Road are inadequate to cope with the volume of water. The water pours over the drop curb at the lights down Wallyhole Road and into the yard of Wallyhole Farm and the driveway of Westview. I call upon Councillor Goodwin to respond.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you to Jane MacDonald for the question. The Council understands resident concerns regarding surface water and standing water at locations across the borough. As we are aware, we are currently carrying out a cleansing of the gullies across the borough, and we are halfway through there. However, it is often the case that the issue with the drainage capacity of gullies can be due to restrictions or blockages in third-party drainage infrastructure, for example, United Utilities pipework, and that can be problematic and time-consuming to resolve. With respect to the specific location mentioned, the matter is being investigated. We are committed to identifying the cause and location and, once established, if necessary, to working with the landowner to address the issues which are leading to the problems identified.
Thank you. We have time for one more question from Shona Farnworth. Can I ask why the tram station lifts are out of order at Freehold tram station, as this is vital for people like myself who are in wheelchairs and require accessibility by using the lift? Please can you confirm when this will be operating alongside all the lifts to trams in Greater Manchester? This makes it unfair to wheelchair users. I call upon Councillor Goodwin to respond.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you to Shona Farnworth for a question. This is a matter for TFGM as they manage the Metrolink locations. The lift at Freehold has been reported as out of service since mid-November 25. TFGM has acknowledged the issue and confirmed that step-free access is still possible via the Manchester-bound platform and track crossing, but I appreciate that workaround is far from ideal for wheelchair users. No firm completion date has been published by TFGM yet, and officers will once again speak to TFGM regarding this to get this resolved.
Thank you. I probably can't squeeze in another question. So a question from Tom Penketh. I regularly walk around Oldham town centre whilst commuting to meetings and events. On the dark mornings and afternoons, I choose to stay in well-lit areas for personal safety and peace of mind like many others do. However, there are several areas in the town centre, including outside your old library building on Union Street, that have no street lighting whatsoever. It is in those areas that I and others feel particularly vulnerable. All pedestrians should feel safe in our town, so my question is how much longer before the council gets the basics right and switches on the lights? I call upon Councillor Goodwin for 45 seconds.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you, Tom Penketh, for your question. Yes, it's TFGM again. So we understand and share resident concerns regarding streetlights that are not working in the vicinity of tram locations, the responsibility for their repair and maintenance of all lighting columns on Metrolink sits with TFGM. The council repairs and maintains lighting columns on council land. This is a long-standing issue and has been raised with TFGM by the council street lighting team on a number of occasions. Given the lack of action by TFGM, this issue has now been further escalated and we will provide an update in due course.
Thank you. We now move on to item 9, questions to the Leader and Cabinet. For this, we have 90 minutes. There are 90 minutes set aside for this item in line with the Constitution. Each Cabinet member has a maximum of up to 4 minutes to present their report, with a further 6 minutes for questions from non-executive members. If the full 4 minutes is not used, the Constitution is clear that 6 minutes is the only time permitted for questions, with no provision in the Constitution to extend. As agreed previously amongst the group leaders, the 2 main opposition group leaders rotate who starts the questions to the leader. For this meeting, Councillor Sykes will ask his question first. Time permitting, Councillor Wahid, Deputy Leader of the Oldham Group, can then ask his questions, and then Councillor Woodbine can ask his question. Could I invite Councillor Arush Shah, Leader of the Council and Cabinet Member for Growth, to present her report? This includes receiving minutes of the meetings of the Cabinet and the Greater Manchester Combined Authority and Executive as listed on the Council agenda.
Currently speaking. Mr Mayor.
Thank you.
Mr Mayor. Please can I propose to suspend procedural rule part 4, I can't remember all the numbers, to allow extra time for opposition leaders to ask questions of the leader. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
It's procedure rule 12.44. We will have a vote on that and we will do an electronic vote. It will be up on the screen shortly. Thank you.
Again.
So the result is 18 for, 32 against. So we will carry on as normal. That is lost. Thank you. Councillor Shah.
Mr Mayor, before I move my report, can I please request that anybody who leaves the chamber using the right door, can they make sure they don't force it shut, because then that blocks it from shutting, and I'm sure Councillor Wahid is getting as frustrated as I am with the constant banging of that door. So when you leave it, use your pass, but don't force it shut, it takes too long.
I've had to prop it open because it's not working.
All right, no, it's because they keep forcing it shut when they go out, so that jars it. So that's the problem with that door. So can we please make sure that we just don't try forcing it shut? Sorry? No, it's just because it keeps banging. Right, so yeah, sorry, I'll start now. So thank you, Mr Mayor. Although it feels like 2 minutes since we last met and produced our portfolio reports, there has been a lot of work that's been going on in the growth portfolio and across the council to make Oldham the best place it can be and to try and improve the lives of our residents. Because despite what people might try to insinuate, the two guiding principles behind every penny this council spends are simple. It either has to protect our most vulnerable residents or it has to create opportunities for our residents. In the next few weeks, I will be at the Prince's Gate for a groundbreaking ceremony to mark the start of the development, work that can begin again because this council wasn't afraid to make a difficult decision about the future of the site and fought hard for external funding, meaning that the first phase of this development will be entirely social homes. At the meeting of the Combined Authority on Friday the 28th of November, our successful bid for £35.1 million was confirmed. I want to thank the Mayor of Greater Manchester, Andy Burnham, and our colleagues at the Combined Authority for listening and for understanding. This development is a hugely symbolic step in our transformation of Oldham, and our ambition to build a brand new neighbourhood in a town centre is another milestone on our journey to build a brighter future for our town centre. Another hugely important moment in our town centre transformation is a relocation of the outdoor market. I'm delighted to report that work has now finally started on the site at George Square to radically transform the space and create a new link between the new homes that were built on the former magistrate site and the independent businesses on George Street, as well as providing us with a multifunctional space for events when not in use for the outdoor market. I've said for a long time that our regeneration programme isn't just about shining new buildings. We cannot forget about what we already have. This is why I was delighted we secured money from MHCLG's Community Regeneration Partnership to improve the facades of shop fronts across the town centre. We have to ensure we build a town centre that people are proud of, one that they look at and feel, and our high streets are such an important factor on this. This is why I'm delighted that 25 businesses have now successfully been approved for grant funding to give their shopfronts so much needed TLC. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Could I invite Councillor Sykes, leader of the Lib Democrat group, to ask his first question?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Residents of Oldham expect this council to manage its finances responsibly, transparently and with foresight. Yet we now find ourselves with latest reports facing a current in-year deficit or overspend of around 21 million. Can the leader tell us clearly what is the latest forecast for the overspend by the end of this financial year? And just as importantly, how did the budget set out by her coalition administration back in February get it so wrong that we are now staring at such a significant budget year gap effectively in the first quarter? What action has already been taken to close that gap? Local authorities across the country were promised a fresh start under new Labour, but now we're told there's long-standing delays in national funding would end and that councils would finally get certainty much earlier in the year. However, here we are again. Local government settlement is now expected at best only a week before Christmas, if we're lucky, and nothing has changed. Without fair funding, isn't it true that Oldham residents will continue to experience declining underfunded services, even as the administration spends what is left of our reserves?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Well, the latest reports, because I'm not going to take away Councillor Jabbar's funding. We all know how excited he gets about his finance reports. But the latest report is that it's down by £17 million. I'm really sorry for having that, but obviously I've been asked the question, and it's still reducing. And I'm really, really delighted to say that that is due to the hard work that goes on in the background from our outstanding, exceptional officer team. And it's not wrong that it was £23 million at this point. That's because Councillor Sykes knows, having been former leader, understanding local government, being around a long time, that when you forecast as at that point in time. You can't put in assumptions and projections and stuff like that, even though that's what you're working on. That's called honest, transparent funding and reporting. You have to report in that way because MCHLG watches how we report. It's the right and proper way to report, and you have to give the state of affairs as they stand at that point of time. And we got it down by £10 million by year end. And the settlement, as we know, Councillor Sykes always knows, is always a present that governments of all colours give us right before the Christmas break, and that has been confirmed that it's going to be next week. That's not a mystery. So I just want to clarify that, and I'm really looking forward to Councillor Jabbar's report actually, because that is going to really highlight some really great achievements. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Can I ask Councillor Sykes to ask his second question, please?
Thank the leader for her answer. Thank you. Slightly different tack and hopefully something we can agree on. Oldham currently auto-enrolls children for free school meals where parents receive housing benefit or council tax support. And that's a great start, but it doesn't cover the much larger group of families who qualify through universal credit, as I understand it. The result is simple. There are children in Oldham today who are entitled to a free school meal but are not receiving one. And next September, the government changes will expand the number of eligible children through universal credit. So unless we act now, there's a further set of Oldham children that will miss out and won't be automatically included. Councils that have adopted this policy have supported hundreds, if not thousands, more children to have a healthy, nutritious lunchtime meal. And we all know how good that is for the kids and their learning and performance. And this is all achieved by not spending large amounts of money. It's about using the data we have and others have more effectively. So my question tonight will be, will she commit to reviewing Oldham's current approach and, if possible, extending automatic enrolment to all eligible children, particularly those on universal credit, from next September or sooner, so that no child misses out on free school meals they're technically entitled to? Thank you.
Councillor Shah.
Well, I think that's a fantastic suggestion. I'm hoping that the rest of the meeting continues in this spirit. But in some parts, Councillor Sykes has answered his own question, because he's absolutely right. We should include that. It's absolutely the right thing to do. We should ensure that no child misses out on this. My understanding is actually that this is something that Councillor Jabbar is looking into, but we do have some technical issues around the data that we get from DWP. But definitely I will commit to making sure that we look into this in a really meaningful way. I think it's a great suggestion and something that we should do. Thank you.
Councillor Wahid, do you have a question?
Yes. You report 35.1 million from the GM Good Growth Fund, plus 9.9 million brownfield funding and 5 million of council capital for 331 homes, of which only 75 are social. What is the current total project cost, and what is the latest risk register telling you about cost overruns and delays? And what is your contingency plan if the housing market or construction costs move against you? Thank you.
Councillor Shah.
Really good question. Really understand where it might be coming from. But you can't really forecast something and predict housing markets and what will happen with them up until it doesn't happen. But what I can say is that all the due diligence that we've done, all the work that we've done with our Muse, our regeneration development partner, everything, the viability gap means that that was an issue, that is no longer an issue. It means we can start building. It means that all the homes will be affordable. That element will be social homes, because we have a plan for social homes spread across the boroughs.
We're out of time now.
But we'll provide him with a full written response. But what I'm saying is that all of that is qualified, is justified for, is accounted for, and is in the current plans. When life happens, it will happen, and we will always have a plan to address that.
Okay. Can I invite Councillor Elaine Taylor, Statutory Deputy Leader and Cabinet Member for Neighbourhoods, to present her report.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So I'm really pleased to start today by highlighting the fantastic progress of our Don't Trash Oldham campaign. This campaign continues to make a real difference across our
Councillor Taylor, could you just give me 1 minute? Could people in the chamber not be talking to each other? It does sound, the acoustics in this chamber are very good, and it does sound round the room and it is distracting for people. So could that please stop doing that? Thank you.
Would you like me to start again, or...? Okay, so I'll just start for ease. So, obviously, I'm really pleased to start today by highlighting the fantastic progress of our Don't Trash Oldham campaign. This campaign continues to make a real difference across our borough, showing what can be achieved with local pride, community effort and council support. Since relaunching the campaign in November, our teams have been out clearing alleys across Alexandra, Werneth, Medlock Vale and Coldhurst, removing bulk waste and tackling fly tipping. The progress we've seen so far has been fantastic and is already making a visible difference to the look and feel of our neighbourhoods. But I'm particularly thrilled tonight to announce the winner of our very first Clean Alleyway of the Month for November, and that award goes to Gavin Clark and Ray Handley, who obviously Shahid knows well, for their incredible work in the alleyways between Honeywell Lane and Marion Street and Honeywell Lane and Kenyon Avenue. Gavin has been caring for his alley since 2018, installing and monitoring cameras to tackle fly tipping with amazing results. Originally a fly tipping hotspot, there has not been a single fly tip there for over 2 years. In 2021, Gavin helped to set up the Hathershaw Community Group, and through the Fresh Start scheme, with support from local councillors and Oldham Council enforcement, cameras are now located in 9 more alleys. Now joined by Ray, they look after 10 alleys and many nearby streets, footpaths, car parks and green spaces, with 8 dedicated volunteers, regular litter picking, tackling graffiti, removing weeds and keeping drains clear. Their community continues to go from strength to strength. This is a brilliant example of local pride in action, and I am really looking forward to meeting Gavin and Ray next week to personally thank them for their dedication. I also want to raise, and members will be aware, that we have recently been inspected by the Regulator of Social Housing, who has issued a Category 3. I want to be absolutely clear that we fully accept these findings. The issues identified are mainly about governance and oversight. The regulator has recognised that we had already begun strengthening this work, but now we need to go further and faster. We are already acting. We've increased staffing capacity so we can properly oversee the service. We're strengthening our own safety checks alongside the checks delivered by our providers, and we're improving how we track, challenge and monitor the work carried out on our behalf. We are also putting together an enhanced improvement plan and, most importantly, working closely with tenants so they have a genuine voice in shaping the changes ahead. Residents living in homes managed on our behalf have now received a direct update explaining what this judgment means for them. We've been clear that communication will improve and that their safety comes first, and we will make sure that they are better informed as their landlord. Finally, as this is the last council meeting before Christmas, I would just briefly like to take this opportunity to update members on the winter support offer that we've also put together. I think we all know that this is a financially challenging time for many families, but particularly for families placed in temporary accommodation. So we will be offering, as we did last year, targeted support to ensure that everybody has the opportunity to enjoy a warm meal on Christmas Day. And in order to support families in temporary accommodation who don't have access to cooking facilities, which is 36 households in total this year, and it was 154 last year, we will also be providing hug vouchers to each of those households. This will be funded through the Household Support Fund, and we are also in the process of ringing all families in temporary accommodation to check on welfare. I've recently been down with the team to support in making these calls, and I think that is a very valid and important thing that we're doing on the run up to Christmas. I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Councillor Shuttleworth, you've got a question?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, the recent housing inspection into Oldham's PFI housing stock identified several areas which needed to be strengthened. In order for the council to ensure it is fulfilling its obligations as a landlord, could the Cabinet member please outline what steps the council is taking to uphold its obligations to residents residing in these properties? Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Shuttleworth for your very important question. And I obviously have just referenced some of this in my update. But we do take the outcomes of the recent housing regulator inspection very seriously. And as I said, plans are already being put in place to ensure that our monitoring and reporting meets the standards expected of us. Firstly, it is crucial to assure the residents that the judgment relating to our process and not to, to our process and not to the standard or safety of their properties. Indeed, as many members will be aware from knowing the PFI housing in their own wards, the quality of provision delivered under these contracts is very high. That is why I have asked that every tenant in one of these properties is written to explain the outcome of the inspection and to offer these reassurances. And I can say that this communication has just gone out this week. Given the new requirements placed on us by the recent updates to regulation, we have also committed to grow the number of staff within the team to ensure that there is appropriate capacity to meet the enhanced expectations and provide more intensive monitoring of our delivery partners. To ensure better alignment with our wider housing function, the team has also now moved into the Communities Directorate. We have begun the process of drawing up an action plan, building on work that was already in place prior to the inspection, and the team are meeting with the regulator next week to test these plans and ensure that delivery of them will provide the regulator with the assurance that they are seeking. This will be followed by monthly meetings from January onwards. Our delivery partners have been engaged and are extremely supportive of the need to change the way that the contract is monitored. Collectively, we are determined that we will put in place the necessary measures in order to improve our grading. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Councillor Arnott, you have a question?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Taylor, for taking this question. In August, I wrote to senior council officers and members of the Cabinet, including myself, regarding the issue of repairs and improvements to Royton Precinct. I outlined that the management company had committed to significant investment, along with tenants, to improve the state of the fascias and canopies across the estates. Even though the local MP, Jim McMahon, appears to be on side, there is frustration that the council seems unwilling to engage or assist with this much-needed initiative. I asked for a meeting with officers and Cabinet members. I received a rather short reply from officers informing me that they themselves would deal with the management company and that there was no requirement for ward councillors to be involved, although they would be updated. I've heard nothing since the summer. Would Councillor Taylor please provide an update? If she does not have the details to hand, would she commit to write to all 6 Royton councillors who all have an interest in this matter? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Arnott for asking his question. We did have a chat on the phone actually the other day, and just to reiterate, this doesn't really come under my portfolio. It does come under the leader's portfolio. I do understand his reason for asking me this question, and it's a shame that you've not been able to ask the question of the leader, because I know that Aruj has spoken with the trade, and I think as a starter it would be helpful perhaps if we get a more updated an update from the leader in terms of that. However, given our conversation yesterday, I have spoken to officers on your behalf, just so I can provide some basic reassurance about what action the council is taking. So I can advise that discussions are ongoing with the owners of Royton Precinct, and the council is hoping to see a series of improvement works take place at the precinct. We understand these improvements would not only improve the fabric and the appearance of the precinct itself, but would also complement the wider regeneration of Royton District Centre. At a time when businesses are really stretched financially, the council is keen to ensure that these improvement works would not result in increased rents for occupants. We will work with the precinct owners to that effect, and will update ward members and local businesses as soon as more information is available. And as I say, because it isn't really part of my portfolio area, I've not been subject to any of the communication that you have obviously referenced, but we will get a more thorough update, and we will keep you abreast of developments, and as you've said, to all Royton councillors. Thank you.
We have 1 minute left. Councillor Waheed.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Councillor Taylor, my very first motion in this chamber was driven by repeated complaints from social housing tenants across Oldham, both in housing associations and in council-owned stock. is this on here? And it mostly revolved around poor conditions, slow repairs, and basically feeling ignored. I asked then that the council should not simply rely on housing associations to self-report, but should actively hold all social landlords to account and properly assure itself that tenants were safe and treated fairly. I believe that that motion wasn't really taken seriously, and I fully understand the legal difference between housing associations.
Oh,
Can I just ask a question now?
The question will be published as well.
I've not.
I will provide a written response, and I'm more than happy to have. That's not my decision. Sorry, that's the mayor's. But I will provide a written response.
Okay.
We are tight on time tonight, so they will be submitted in writing, and you will get a response.
And Councillor Taylor, I'm still waiting for the last reply for the last question I asked you.
So if that is in relation to taxes,
yes,
I have responded to you, and I have told you, and I've been very clear that the email that you submitted was a long list of questions. Sorry, Mr. Mayor, but I am being accused of not responding to an email which is absolutely factual.
You assure us you've responded to that, and that can be sorted out outside of the meeting. Thank you. Moving on to the next one, could I invite Councillor Abdul Jabbar, Deputy Leader and Cabinet Member for Finance, Corporate Services, Sustainability, to present his report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm pleased to provide an update on the progress across my portfolio since the last meeting. There's a lot of good news to share. On the 20th of November, the government confirmed its intention to deliver a multi-year local government finance settlement, first time in 7 years. This is a very significant step forward, giving us greater certainty and stability for medium-term finance planning. The settlement will reflect the principle of fair funding review, directing resources to areas of high need and low tax bases, just like Oldham. We expect the full details next week. Despite the challenges, our budget position has improved. At the end of Q2, the gap stands at 21.094 million, down from 23.29 million. Now, Councillor Sykes asked a question about that. So I think the leader was trying to give you a position that we've got now and the prediction that we have for the end of the year. But as you'll recall, last year we recorded similar kind of figures, but at the end of the financial year last year, we had just over £10 million of gap to find. So I'm confident, Mr. Mayor, that this current figure will reduce very significantly, as the leader explained. In relation to collection of council tax and business range, they remain strong, with 95.1 million collected for council tax and 40.4 million collected for business rates, in line with last year. Arrears recovery is also moving in the right direction. Our benefit team is working hard to manage universal credit migration, reducing backlog and improving processing time. Collaboration with adult social care continues to ensure financial assessments are up to date by the end of the year. Insofar as campaigns are concerned in relation to benefit take-up, we've launched a campaign for pension credit. We've written to over 250 people who we think may be eligible for pension credit. And in relation to the question Councillor Sykes asked, leader, I review this on a regular basis, and it was only reviewed last Monday as part of my portfolio briefing. We are looking at an automatic system to enrol children who are a recipient, the parents are recipient of universal credit. But unfortunately, Mr. Mayor, we have a technical problem. We can't get the data from DWP. And when we can get it, this will be done like the housing benefit. So we did this long time back. When we knew there was a claimant for housing benefit, we automatically enrolled them. I think it's a very fair question, but trust me, it's on my register, and I will do it as soon as possible. If anybody needs any support for pension credit, then please ring our helpline number 0161 770 7007, and the team will help. In relation to IT, we recently hosted Ofcom to showcase our work on media literacy, digital inclusion. We secured 233 refurbished mobile phones for residents in need. on IT, new policies are in place, and 3 years capital program is being developed to strengthen cybersecurity and enable digital transformation. Laptop refresh and cloud migration are progressing, and we are supporting major regeneration projects. So far as climate change is concerned, you'll be pleased to know work on the Wrigley Head solar farm started, the first ground-mounted solar farm. I'm so pleased about that. And then just to governance, we issued we reviewed the polling districts and some of the stuff that we...
Thank you, Councillor Jabbar. Thank you. Councillor Charters, you have a question?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Councillor Barr, given the pressures faced across the country in local government, can you let the council know what we're doing to remain financially stable?
Councillor Jabbar.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Charters. Great question. Obviously, we're not alone in dealing with the financial pressures local authorities are facing. This is primarily due to demand and greater complexity of which are unprecedented, really, and also very significant increases in children and adult social care. These are national challenges, and it's not a local failure in terms of management here in Oldham. Many local authorities who have responsibility for adult and children's services, we're seeing this kind of expenditure increase. But I think what's happened is, as well, Mr Mayor, is that in the past, when we've seen the governments try to push the cost of increase in demand and all that associated with to local taxpayers, we're seeing the new government is beginning to deal with that. I'm reassured that in the settlement we'll get a better funding to deal with our key essential services, especially statutory services. Locally, we are doing all kinds of things to manage the gap between what the expenditure is and the forecast. So, for example, we've frozen all recruitment. We're also frozen all recruitment, except it will have to be given permission by a special panel where there's an urgent need for that post to be filled. We've done the similar thing with spending as well. I just think, Mr Mayor, that we've had so much cut in the local government sector, and it will take a while before the funding is sorted out at a national level. But I'm hopeful that the signs that have been showed by the new Labour government will help us, not just Oldham, but actually all councils across the country. Thank you.
Councillor Woodbine.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. As Conservatives, it would be remiss of us not to raise the management, or rather mismanagement, of council finances under the current Labour Independent coalition. It was recently announced that there is a budget deficit of around 20 million, although I realise it's gone down slightly. I have long warned of the effective bankruptcy facing this council, yet Labour have continued with tired tax and spend policies which have exacerbated the budgetary problems. Since 2011, when Labour took control of Oldham Council, £61 million in owed council tax has failed to be collected by this council. 9.2 million of that has been written off, 7.4 million of that was not collected in the 2024-25 financial year alone. If efforts to improve the annual collection rate and recoup unpaid council tax were made, our services wouldn't be under so much pressure and we'd be in a better financial position. What message does this send to the hard-working, honest many who are paying more and more every year, yet receiving less and less in return, while there are a selfish few getting away scot-free without paying? Thank you.
Councillor Jawar.
Yeah, I don't know how to answer that. I don't know, how Councillor Woodbine can ask this kind of question, right, when his government actually bankrupted the country with Liz Truss in 22nd of May 2022, created a situation where it had £49 billion of unexpected tax cut. And immediately the financial market reacted, the international financial market reacted, and the country was brought to its knees. And some of the consequences of that, Mr. Mayor, has been felt by millions of people across the country, including in Oldham. So it is I think, a bit cheeky for Councillor Woodbine to accuse us of some of the issues that he's raised in his question. And repeatedly in this chamber, people have asked me, well, when are we going to be bankrupt? I've received letters to say when we're going to be bankrupt. I'm telling you, right, we are managing the finances under the very difficult circumstances, and this council will not be bankrupt. We are taking all the relevant measures to manage that. Now, your question about council tax, listen, this isn't easy. When people, I have a report weekly, monthly, from inspectors who go to people's house to collect council tax. And they come back and say, Councillor, I went to this house and they have no furniture, they have no carpet. What am I supposed to do? This is consequences of many years of Tory government economic policy and social policy. You cannot get away from it. You created a cost of living crisis. Energy has gone up, interest rate has gone up, rent has gone up. Every single thing that matters to an ordinary family has gone up, and that's the consequences. So if you're saying to me, and if you're challenging, can you continue to try to increase the council tax collection? Of course I will take that challenge on, and I will do my very best, and I am doing that. I am bringing forward a new system to engage with the ratepayers more, so that we give them more time to pay and flexible time to. So I take that challenge on, but you've got to, Mr. Mayor, you've got to understand the backdrop of the financial circumstances that people live in. And it's not just this council. You look at all the council, similar to ours. Are we facing difficulties because many, which isn't of their making, it was making of the previous government. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I invite Councillor Mushtaq, Cabinet Member for Children and Young People, to present his report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's warm in here, isn't it? Nodding off. The first paragraph highlights the numbers, and as you can see, demand remains high. Despite this, the service continues to be good. Are we all right? Do you need a minute, guys? Or, yeah? Okay, thank you. As you can see, demand remains high. Despite this, the service continues the good work of ensuring children are safe, supported and able to thrive. There are added pressures of workforce and placement. Again, we are effectively tackling these challenges whilst ensuring the quality of the service isn't impacted. In the report, you can see that within our duty and advice service, the conversion rate to referral has remained at 19%, indicative of an effective management of referrals and improved early intervention, meaning a lower number progressing to formal referral. There has also been a 12% reduction in referrals and a 7% reduction in overall contacts, reflecting improved early intervention and triage. The Complex Safeguarding Hub continues to play a vital role in protecting our most vulnerable young people. The Hub is also supporting 135 ongoing police investigations and 12 operations, including Operation Sherwood, which focuses on historic child sexual exploitation. Whilst essential to protect these children and young people, it's also vital that we prevent them from falling into the clutches of criminals. Lots of work is taking place in schools and settings to ensure staff and children are aware of the dangers. This includes an innovative approach in which virtual reality headsets are used to educate children and young people on decision-making and risk. Such approaches are needed in the world we live in, where technology and social media mean we will not always be physically present when danger presents itself. That's why innovative approaches such as this will help our children and young people make the right decisions should they find themselves in a difficult situation. Mr. Mayor, I attended a couple of Halloween parties at our residential homes. I'd like to thank the teams at Rise and Rivendell for the fantastic work they did. More so, I'd like to thank the young people who did some frighteningly good decorations and managed to create a genuinely spooky, scary but fun atmosphere. I'd like to congratulate the Leaving Care service, in particular the Leaving Care football team, who won second place in the category of Participation Awards at the Coram Voices and National Voice Awards in London. I'm pleased to announce that the Outdoor and Environmental Education Service has secured £47,500 to deliver outdoor adventures for 390 young people. We had another successful holiday activity food programme over the summer in which 2,756 children were supported and over 20,000 meals were served. The funding was also extended, ensuring the support for families continues over and did continue over the half term and more sessions over Christmas. We had a recent inspection of one of our children's homes, and I'm pleased to inform you that it was judged to be good in all areas. In summary, Mr. Mayor, the service continues to do some fantastic work with and for our vulnerable children and young people. We continue to navigate in an environment of financial challenge and nationwide challenges such as workforce and high demand. The team at every level, supported by the administration, are doing this amazingly well, whilst ensuring we don't become complacent on the back of the praise the Council receives regionally and nationally. Finally, I'd like to thank Julie Daniels and all the team and staff across the service for their hard work and dedication in supporting our most vulnerable children, young people and families. We know how difficult and emotionally draining the work of this service is, and I feel it's important to highlight this as we approach the end of the calendar year. Please do take some time over the festive period to rest, recover and enjoy time with your loved ones. I know some of you will be working
Thank you, Councillor Mushtaq. Councillor Williamson, got a question?
Mike.
Oh, I thought...
It wasn't.
Who said mine? Oh, right, okay. Thank you very much. Is it children and young people? Yes. Right, thank you. The news about the possible closure of the Autism Youth Service has caused much worry and stress to parents and children across the borough. Will the Cabinet member consider the closure and agree with me that the £65,000 annual budget for AYC is money well spent?
Councillor Mushtaq.
Thank you, Councillor Williamson, for that. I've had, I think, 2 or 3 questions about this tonight, so I'll answer all of them now. So thank you for the question. There are no plans to close the Autism Youth Club. The Autism Youth Club is under review to ensure the service delivery reaches as many children as possible, especially given the year-on-year increase of children with SEND across Oldham. By increasing the universal offer in the local community, we are working towards improving engagement, accessibility, positive outcomes and increased social inclusion for SEND young people. The consultation process for the Autism Youth Club has engaged staff and parent carers, and a resolution in nearing whereby our fantastic youth service will take over operational responsibility, whilst also ensuring that as many children as possible continue to benefit from the Autism Youth Club. Officers are ensuring that there will be the least amount of disruption for children and families through an extended transition period at the start of the year. I have received questions on this from Councillor Pete Davis, who I believe parents have contacted, and also Councillor Mark Kenyon, again, who I believe parents have contacted. And since those communications, I have met directly with parents and spoken directly with parents. I've also attended a session at the Autism Youth Club to better understand myself the specific nature of autism and that space and that coming together. I spoke to young people that were verbal, and I engaged with non-verbal young people also. It is a very important provision, and it was a consultation, but it was never the case that this provision was going to be removed or closed. It was about building on the existing provision to maximise this and get the word out. And I think that was highlighted by some of the parents, because when this was raised and it hit the press, a lot of the comments that came back from other parents was, we didn't know this existed, which kind of highlights the point that the work the council was doing. So thank you for the question.
Having heard what you just said, I'll call Councillor Aslam next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can the cabinet member explain what family first partnerships are intended to achieve and what difference this new way of working will make for families in Oldham, please?
Thank you, Councillor Aslam, for your question. The Family First Partnerships are part of a new national approach to improving support for children, young people and families. And Oldham is implementing this locally in a way that fully aligns with our ambition to be a genuinely resident-focused council. It is about making the system work with families rather than expecting families to navigate a complicated system on their own. The idea is simple. Instead of different agencies doing different things in isolation, we bring professionals together: schools, health, early help, police, social care and the voluntary sector. So families get one coordinated offer, not lots of disconnected ones. Families will tell their story once, have one clear plan and build a strong relationship with a trusted lead professional who helps everything fit together. So, in Oldham, it will make access to support simpler. Families will no longer have to knock on several doors to get help. There will be one coordinated plan bringing everything together. It will mean earlier support. When any professional spots concerns, a school, a GP, a youth worker, we can act earlier and prevent problems escalating into crisis. It will create a single team around the family. Services will communicate better, reduce duplication and focus on what really matters for the child or young person. It will help more children stay safely within their family networks. With earlier, more coordinated support, families get the right help before situations become unmanageable. And importantly, families will feel heard. This is a strength-based approach that starts with what families can do, not just what they find difficult. Families First is a national shift, but here in Oldham it reinforces the way we want to work, putting families at the centre, designing support around their real lives and building a system that is proactive, joined up and humane. This programme will make a real difference to children and families in Oldham, and we are committed to delivering it well and making sure it reflects the needs, strengths and voices of our community. And in the last 20 seconds, I just want to highlight Tony de Crop and the work he's doing. So communicating these new policies can be difficult and reforms, but he's doing a fantastic job where partners understand it and they are coming on board because of that strong communication. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. We now move on to Councillor Barbara Brownridge, Cabinet Member for Adult Health and Wellbeing, to present her report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, my report obviously contains a lot of very important information, but I would have to say that I personally found it a bit dry. So I thought what I'd actually do was give you an example of what adult social care actually can achieve for an individual in the borough. Now, I think when most people think about adult social care, they think of a little old lady like me sat in a care home. But I have to obviously remind you that adulthood in this country starts at 18, so we are actually responsible for people as young as 18. And the transition for people from the children's services into adults can be extremely difficult, not least because the requirements of the Children's Act and the Care Act don't dovetail in any respect. So the example is we had a young person came into our care with a Court of Protection Restriction of Liberty order requiring 6 full-time carers. Now, bearing that in mind that that individual could live for another 50 or 60 years, I think we'd all agree that does not deliver any quality of life for that individual whatsoever. So the social worker and the care provider work very closely together with that young person to establish real trust and understanding of that child's needs and to move to a more person-centred approach. And with very careful work and very careful risk assessment, I'm delighted to say that that person is now living in supported living without the need for any support workers. Now, that took 2 years to achieve, but I think we'd all agree it's a fantastic outcome for that individual and demonstrates the benefits of a person-centred approach which we've now adopted. Now, on to more other things. As you know, we have been inspected by the Care Quality Commission. Now, we won't get the outcome until the spring. It seems to be going on forever. It started in June, it just drags on and on and on. We have had informal high-level feedback, and what I can tell you is that raised no issues that we hadn't already raised in our own self-assessment. So I'm very confident that we understand our service very well, and hopefully we're not going to get bowled any googlies or whatever the appropriate cricketing metaphor is. But what is clear is we know our service well. We know what we do well, we know what needs improvement, we've got actions in place to make those improvements. So we will get, I believe we will get the informal or the first draft, we're hoping tomorrow. That obviously is just for clarification and correction. So the final result will be out in the spring, we think. I can say as part of that process, the inspectors spent most of their time interviewing service users and frontline providers rather than just us politicians. And again, the feedback from the team was how engaged and committed everybody was. So I would like to formally record my sincere thanks for all the staff and service users who worked really hard on that. Now, finally, I have to put in my plea about getting your vaccinations. The flu season started so early this year and it's very, very, very virulent. So please, if you're eligible for a flu, COVID's still going and this version of COVID's quite nasty. So if you haven't had jabs that you're entitled to, please will you go and get them? And if you're willing to pay for one, please do, because flu is not a heavy cold. It's a really, really nasty illness. Would remind you that more people died after the First World War of flu than died in the First World War. Is that serious? If you think you have flu and you're not ill enough to go to bed, please wear a mask when you're out in public. But get yourselves jabbed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brownridge. Councillor Cusa? Councillor Cusa, you got a question?
Your report improved performance on waiting lists, GP appointments, A&E and talking therapies, but also major organisational change in NHS Greater Manchester. What risks has the ICP identified for Oldham services as a result of this restructure? And what guarantees can you give that Oldham will not lose out on resources, leadership capacity or local decision making? Thank you.
Well, I'm terribly sorry. I can't really give you any of that information because I didn't know you were going to ask me that question. What I can say is obviously we do know the National Health Reorganisation affects the ICB, who've been required to make a 44% cut in their budget, which is estimated to be about 600 people. That process has been delayed by the fact that we had the National Health was given no money for redundancy payments. That's now been addressed. So the actual formal consultations about how that savings or those job savings are going to be made is now underway. The first round for applying for voluntary redundancy just coming to an end. There'll be a second round in the new year. The assumption is that that will not deliver enough jobs cuts to actually meet the requirements, so there will be compulsory redundancies. Still too early to say how that's going to be effective, but I can guarantee that the service is working extremely hard to protect as many people as possible, because there are job vacancies, bizarrely, so as many people will be slotted in and retained, because we don't want to lose them. I mean, the danger is we're going to lose a lot of useful knowledge that we can't afford to lose. So I can't say at this stage how much of that will affect people in Oldham. But it is being, at the moment it's early stages, so I can't tell you. I can't remember what you asked me exactly about GPs. Sorry, can you? Because I'm sorry, I've been caught on the hop.
Councillor Brownridge, will it be better if we had a written response to that? Because it does seem quite a complex question. Is that okay?
If that's acceptable, I'm happy to do that. If you just let me know, thank you. Sorry.
Thank you. Councillor Adams.
And thank you to Councillor Brownridge for taking this question. A survey by Age UK has suggested that as many as 1.5 million people will eat alone over the festive period, and that 5% of Britons will not see or speak to anyone the entire day. For many older people, Christmas can be a time of silence, without conversation or company. Christmas can be a busy time for many of us, but if we just took a few minutes to check in on our neighbours, especially those who live alone, if only to have a chat and a cup of tea, it would make a real difference. Would the Council join me in supporting and promoting Age UK's campaign that is backed by Dame Joanne Lumley and Dame Judy Dench, and encourage our residents to look out for their elderly neighbours during the festive period. Could I also take this opportunity to pay tribute to Oldham Latics, who will open 1895 bar to the community on Christmas Day from 1 p.m. to 3:30 p.m. to combat loneliness, providing a warm, welcoming space with free food and drinks for those on their own, in need of company or missing loved ones. Thank you.
Councillor Bramridge.
Thank you. So I think it's a really important point. Christmas is such a family time. For people who haven't got family, it can be really, really lonely and isolated, even more than the rest of the year. And we all know that social isolation is a really big problem. So again, I would like to agree and emphasise what Latics are doing. And Aruja apparently is going to be there serving them the dinners. So we really, as a volunteer, so she's going to take part in that. So just to remind people that it's open to people who aren't Latics supporters. You don't have to be a football fan to go. But you do need to book. So you can book with www.oldhamathletic.co.uk or ring their ticket office on 0161 785 5150. Maya Care are reminding all helpline service users to complete a winter welfare check and to ensure that service users know that the helpline service is open over the festive period. The social prescribing team are also on hand and can be contacted on 0161 339 2345. They're open on the 27th to the 31st of December from 9 till 4 and open again on the 2nd of January. The council's helpline team can offer help and support. Again, their number's been said already tonight, 0161 770 7007, and that service is open on the 29th, 30th and 31st of December from 10 till 2. So please do contact somebody if you do feel isolated, but I would certainly endorse Councillor Adams' idea that as neighbours we should look out for our neighbours too. Thank you.
Thank you. We now need to move on to Councillor Mohan Ali, Cabinet Member Education and Skills, to present his report. Councillor Ali.
Yep. Thank you, Mr Mayor. I am pleased to update Council on the significant progress we are making across SEND, inclusion, skills and post-16 progression. Let me begin with SEND and inclusion. Ofsted and the Care Quality Commission carried out a monitoring inspection of Oldham's local area SEND partnership at the latter end of last month. Their visit focused on whether we have taken effective action to address the priority areas identified in the previous inspection, work we have been determined to drive forward at pace. I am incredibly proud that the inspectors recognise the progress we've made and the improvements families are now feeling. They spoke to leaders, practitioners, parents, carers, children and young people. And what they saw was a partnership that is stronger, more connected and more focused on outcomes than ever before. We will, of course, share details once the report is formally published. And on the subject of SEND, I want to pause for a moment to thank someone who has been central to this progress, our Director of Education and Skills, Matt Bulmer, who will now be moving on to take another post in the Council. Mr Mayor, when Matt arrived 2.5 years ago, he walked into a very challenging situation following a difficult SEND inspection. Morale was low, confidence was shaken, and the task ahead was considerable. But Matt brought real leadership. He rebuilt trust across the system with schools, health partners, parents and residents. And he quickly showed the integrity and professionalism he's known for. Under his leadership, governance strengthened, partnership working deepened, waiting lists reduced, and outcomes for our children and families began to move in the right direction. But Matt didn't just steady the ship in SEND, he raised the bar right across education. We have seen improvements and genuine progress in closing the national gap. And in skills, he brought together Get Oldham Working, lifelong learning, so that programs like the Cyber First and our Young People's Careers event, which opened real opportunities for our young residents. Matt is respected across the political spectrum, and this is rare. It speaks volumes about his character and his values. I am genuinely saddened that Matt is leaving this role, but I am reassured that he is staying within the council, continuing to serve Oldham in another capacity. Matt, on behalf of Oldham Council, and I know you're at the public gallery, and thank you for everything you have given to this borough, the long hours, the leadership, the honesty and the commitment to doing the right thing. You once said to me, Oldham is a full-on place, but somehow you end up loving this place, and you are absolutely right. Oldham is an amazing place with amazing people, and your work has made it even better. Thank you once again for everything. Okay. I now look forward to working with our new interim director, Paul Tinsley, who I know will continue the progress you have helped to build. Returning now to the wider SEND work, we are working with Point, who are a charity, to establish a SEND hub at the Chariton site, providing families with a rich and reliable source of support. We are investing over £1.7 million to increase places at Springbrook Special School, and this will provide more specialist places for children with additional needs. I know I'm short of time. There's a lot I wanted to cover, Mr. I just want to finally say I want to thank every teacher, leader, governor and the parent and carer and volunteer and partner for the dedication. Together we are building a future where every child and young person and adult in Oldham can thrive. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ali. Councillor Malik, you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The numbers of neat young people remains stubbornly high across England, including Oldham. The level of young people dropping out of college because the funded courses are not at the right level is a problem. What can the council do to support the development of provisions that act as a bridge between the school and college or training? Thank you.
Yep. Thank you for your question, Councillor Abdul Malik. First, it is important to say that Oldham is not starting from a weak position. Our most recent figures place us in the top 20% of councils nationally for NEET performance, which is children who are not, young people who are not in education, employment or training. But we all know there is more to do, especially for those who need extra support to make the step between school and college or training. We are working closely with local colleges and training providers through our new employment and skills strategy to make sure Oldham has the right courses at the right level in the right places. The Post-16 Leaders Group is focusing on how we support young people better during the transition period, combining pastoral support with the right academic offer. We also have a NEET action plan in place, which is already bringing results. This includes summer schools, extra engagement and mentoring through Empower Oldham, and enhanced enrolment support with positive steps so young people do not fall through the gaps. On top of that, we continue to look for new opportunities to expand local provision. New initiatives such as the Sports Town will create fresh routes into education, skills and careers. The message is simple. We want every young person in Oldham to move smoothly from school into college, training or work, and we will keep working with our partners to build the right pathways, the right support and the right opportunities for all of them.
Thank you. Councillor Sheldon.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Ali, for taking the question. The joint Ofsted CQC monitoring inspection recognised progress on SEND, but the formal report will set out remaining weaknesses. What are the top 3 areas where inspectors still expect significant improvement, and what additional resources or reforms are you putting in place to address them? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sheldon, for your question. So the joint Ofsted CQC monitoring inspection, as you say, so at the moment, what they have done, they provided me with a verbal feedback, And in that sort of feedback, they mentioned the positive progress that we are making. So I just want to emphasize that no areas of weaknesses were identified, but of course there will be suggestions of how we can make improvement. The main areas of further development that the local area partnership are committed to strengthening will be outlined when the report is published, which is currently embargoed. So the current Send and Inclusion Improvement Plan will be reviewed to include the feedback when we receive that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bishop.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Oldham has a higher proportion of religious schools than most of our neighbours and similar local authorities. What impact assessment has been carried out following the recent Supreme Court ruling in Northern Ireland relating to the lawful provision of religious education in primary schools? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bishop, for your question. Whilst an impact assessment has not been undertaken, Council has received guidance from the advisor to Oldham SACRA, which is the Standards Advisory Council for Religious Education, and this will be considered at the next meeting of the statutory committee. In Northern Ireland, as you mentioned, the law mandated a Christian-based RE syllabus and a daily act of Christian worship. The High Court ruled that this framework was unlawful because it failed to provide an objective, critical and pluralistic approach to religion, as required by the European Convention on Human Rights. The judge also held that relying on the parental right to withdraw did not fix the lack of neutrality. The ruling required the Northern Irish Department of Education to review its RE and collective worship arrangements. Though this ruling does not apply in England, it does send us some important signals. That the fact that RE must be balanced, pluralistic and not promote one tradition, and religious education should ensure the inclusion of non-religious worldviews. So, as I mentioned, we will be taking this forward to the next SACRA committee, and we will discuss this further. Thank you.
We will not have a time for another question, so I will now move on to Councillor Peter Dean, Cabinet Member for Culture and Leisure, to present his report.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. If I could initially cover events, there was a tremendous launch of the Christmas festivities with the light switch on, which over 10,000 people attended, and I think everybody had a really entertaining day. Gallery Oldham has now been officially reopened, providing a stunning new permanent display celebrating Oldham's history. Library refurbishment has now been completed. This allows more flexible space, providing for larger events and creating more study space. New events using this space included a volunteering fair, attracting 30 organisations, and over 400 people attended that. Oldham Archives is now fully open. It is new home in Spindles, bringing together thousands of items of historical interest, including the Oldham Chronicle archives. Oldham Theatre Workshop is now thriving within this building, and as we all know, is doing Hansel and Gretel and various other performances during the Christmas holiday period. Oldham Active are working in partnership with the Pinnacle Trust to bring the new refurbished 3G pitches at Athershaw College to the use of the whole community. Active Travel in Chatterton has engaged over 900 people directly and 7,500 through wider communications. Place Partnership and Move More is now really established, and we've been fortunate enough to secure funding that will provide 2 posts to actually create more activities within our communities, particularly with children and families. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dean. Councillor Rusty, do you have a question?
Can Councillor Dean please run through the various programmes and events
that we're putting on for families this Christmas? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rustage. Yes, I'm proud of what has been offered for families in Oldham at Christmas. At a time, many councils across the country have been cutting back on community events because of pressures. Oldham has made a deliberate choice to keep putting on free, inclusive activities that every family can enjoy, whatever their background, their faith or colour of skin. Supporting families through the cost of living crisis matters to this administration, and you can see clearly in our Christmas programme. We started the season with the incredible Christmas light switch on, which I've referred to, which brought the 10,000 people into Oldham. It was a brilliant example of Oldham at its best, diverse, lively and full of community spirit. And a great run into all the events that we have actually put on over Christmas. And it was sad that I saw some councillors actually going to social media saying that this council didn't put any events on for Christians, because we're an inclusive council and we actually put events on for all our communities. Across, and including now, we're putting on every weekend events to celebrate Christmas, and it varies in all sorts of different ways and different offers. Also, our cultural offer is strong. Oldham Theatre Workshop is producing Hansel and Gretel. Oldham Library throughout December has been so popular, and the event has been so popular that tickets are now almost sold out. The library service is also hosting a massive number of free family activities, including marine mindfulness, craft sessions, to give children a chance to relax and be creative. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Marlon, do you have a question?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The number of children and adults in Oldham Borough who are classed as physically less active is 10% higher than the English average. What strategies is the Cabinet member delivering that will encourage healthy, active lives for people of all ages across Oldham? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Marlon. We recognise that physical activity is a significant challenge in Oldham, and we are committed to reversing this trend by creating opportunities for our residents of all ages to lead healthy, happy and active lives. Our approach is based on various strategies, but I would like to highlight just three. First, expanding access for our communities to move more. We are working with schools, community groups and Oldham Active to ensure that affordable, inclusive opportunities are available across the borough. This includes free and low-cost activities and spaces in our parks, community centres, leisure facilities, as well as targeted programmes of support for those who face greatest barriers to activity. Public Health Move More colleagues have also secured over 290,000 of external funding to improve the quality of 17 tennis courts, 5 non-turf cricket pitches and high quality facilities which are great and put at the heart of our communities. Second, embedding physical activities to everyday life so that people move more in a way that suits them through initiatives such as active travel, school streets, place partnerships, and we're encouraging walking, wheeling and cycling as part of our daily routine. We're also supporting workplace wellbeing programmes, and I'm pleased to say the introduction of Oldham Active's corporate membership for Oldham Council staff. Many who live in Oldham have been really well received, with over 350 staff signing up to the programme. Third, campaigns and partnership will continue to align with regional and national campaigns like the Greater Manchester Walking Festival, the National Fitness Day and School Sports Week. And these are just some of the great initiatives that we're actually pursuing for residents to become more active within the borough.
Thank you. Councillor Azad, have you got a question?
Mr. Mayor, Cabinet Member for the Culture and Leisure, Councillor Peter Dean, you highlighted Oldham Active's work on the prayer space and the Move More partnership. How are you ensuring that leisure facility and active lifestyle program are directly targeted at wards with the worst health outcome and inactivity levels, rather than simply serving those who already use leisure centers? Thank you.
We don't have time for a response verbally, so could you do
I'll
that in
certainly
writing?
give a written response, Mr. Mayor.
Please, thank you. We now move on to Councillor Vidar Hussain, Cabinet Member for Enterprise, to present his report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to make it short and sweet. So the report comes as it's printed, Mr. Mayor, but I would like to share with you and the colleagues that Get Oldham Working has been named as a national winner for tailored employment sport at the ERSA, Employment Related Services Association, which is fantastic news for Oldham. And in addition to that, recognised as a finalist for another 5 more national categories. Now, this is not a GMCA level award, Mr. Mayor, or a regional, but this is a national one, and I think we should all be proud of that. And certainly from this side of the room, I can congratulate the whole team, Get Oldham Working, including Matt. I don't know whether he's here with us or not, but also John, for the fantastic work that they've been doing. So thank you very much. This is a remarkable recognition for Oldham locally led model, Mr. Mayor. It shows the power of our partnerships, our teams, our commitment to supporting residents into good work. Thank you to everyone who has contributed to this success. It is a moment of pride for Oldham and a reminder of what we can achieve together. So this is not just the first award that we're receiving nationally. Very recently, we also received Best Leader of the Year, Councillor Arouge as well. So my congratulations to both Get Oldham Working and Councillor Arouge. Thank you very much. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Councillor Sajid Hussain.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The 15% growth in employment over the past decade is welcome. What are the types of employment that people are moving into, and what are the current trends in areas of work in Oldham?
Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Hussain. I'm pleased to report that Oldham has seen a number of job increases by 15.9% over the last decade, creating over 12,620 more jobs. The growth in jobs has included 9,000 new jobs in health-related activities group, which relates to nurses, doctors, technicians, therapists. There has also been a growth in education and construction. The Council is working with GMCA to push forward with our growth plans, which will see new jobs being created across Oldham and with key locations such as Stake Hill. We are confident that we will continue to grow jobs opportunities in Oldham. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sykes, you have a question?
Briefly.
It's a week this week we recorded Oldham is the second most difficult borough in sorry, is it on? Yeah. And that follows a loss of more than 370 jobs at the closed Yodel site in Shaw. The situation is likely to worsen given Oldham Borough's gap in post-16 education provision for entry-level courses and apprenticeships. What is the administration doing to address Oldham's employment crisis and bring some well-paid, secure and rewarding jobs to the borough?
Councillor Hussain.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, again, and thanks to to Councillor Sykes for the question. The report you refer to uses a vacancy data which significantly is unreliable. When we launched Get Oldham Working back in 2013, it was on the back of a campaign that there were no jobs in Oldham, but the team has proved that wrong. Since 2013, Get Oldham Working team has sourced 21,600 opportunities and supported more than 16,500 residents into work. The government's data shows that Oldham has seen a 15.9% increase in jobs since 2015. However, we recognise we always strive to help residents find good jobs in Oldham and across the city region, a region that has seen significant economic growth. That is why the Council is working closely with GMCA, Midas and others to create growth location plans that will support job creation across Oldham and into key sites such as Atom Valley. Finally, the Council launched its new employment and skills strategy, which sets out how the skills agenda will align with the future growth sectors to help more people access the qualification they need to get good jobs, well-paid jobs, which will be construction, green technology, health, digital, manufacturing. We can demonstrate a position of strength and positive growth. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Akhtar, you have a question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I would like to congratulate the Get Oldham Working team on their award. Like Councillor Hussain said, it was set up back in 2013 when GM providers were letting Oldham residents down, and this council took the decision then to influence the employers across the borough to get together and set up a team to provide employment support to our residents, and it's gone stronger by day, but year by year. But coming back to my question, at the last council meeting in November, you reported that 148 businesses were signed up and a further 180 were waiting to be onboarded on the Oldham trading platform. Does this include Muse, Wilmot Dixon, Rowan Ashworth and Casey's? If not, why not, as they are one of the largest spenders of the council's capital budget? Also, if these big spenders are on the list, then what have they offered for local procurement? Thank you.
Councillor Hussain.
Thank you, Councillor Akhtar, for your question. As part of our commitment to social value, it's really important for us to ensure that local businesses benefit from local spend, and as such, Oldham Trading Platform is a vital enabler for this. Discussions are ongoing with the number of council's main contractors to onboard them onto the platform so that they can engage directly with Oldham's local businesses and the so that the local businesses can benefit from the project and capital budgets available. In the interim, our partners and contractors have shared opportunities via trading platform and held presentations, meetings, workshops in the Hive to provide more detailed briefings for local businesses on the opportunities that they are involved in. These sessions also allow local businesses to register an interest in supplying materials, providing services, equipment, and subcontracting with the main contractors to ensure the same opportunities are realised ahead of fully using the Oldham Trading Platform directly. There are many...
Thank you, Councillor Hussain. Time is up. No, sit down, please. Thank you. Could I invite Councillor Chris Goodwin, Cabinet Member for Transport and Highways, to present his report?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The report covers an update on activity since the last council meeting, which feels like yesterday, and it demonstrates the vital ongoing work the Highways and Transport team perform, and I'd like to take this opportunity to thank them for all of this work. The report starts with winter maintenance. As of the compilation of this report, over 2,000 miles have already been treated. In comparison, last year the team was required to treat over 16,000 miles over the winter period. And I'd just like to point out that the grit was purchased in the summer months so as to ensure the lowest price. The gully cleansing programme is not in the report due to all the other work being included in the report, but I can today provide an update. As of today, 25,124 gullies have been visited. 74% of those have been successfully cleansed, with the remainder getting a second visit for a more intense dig out or repairs. 22,135 gullies remain to be visited. The initial team cleansing gullies in wards is currently in Royton South, as per the list of wards on the council website, and the second team carrying out the more intensive work is currently in St James, as per the same list. The highways maintenance programme continues, with 7 schemes being completed, with a further 7 to be completed soon, and this is a capital investment of approximately £3 million. The report also highlights major products which Oldham Council has managed to secure nearly £50 million of investment from various sources, one of which is the Quality Bus transit route in Royton, which will see a much improved corridor for public transport and a much better environment for residents using the area. Myself and Councillor Charters have been working closely with GM colleagues and TFGM regarding the GM local transport plan. This will go to public consultation from December to February, and there will be an in-person event in Oldham Library on 28th of January. The award-winning School Street scheme continues to expand, with St Luke's scheme commencing trial period in February. Happy to take questions, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Harkness, you have a question?
Awesome. Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. Does the Cabinet member support the principle of 2 stopping trains per hour throughout the day to Manchester from Greenfield Station?
Thank you for your question, Councillor Harkness. Yes, in principle, we support anything that makes things better for the people of Oldham. Reliable, frequent and accessible transport links are central to improving opportunities, strengthening connectivity and enhancing quality of life across the borough. We will continue to work closely with rail operators to make this possible, and we recognise the importance of Greenfield Station as a vital gateway for local residents and businesses.
Thank you. Councillor Sajid Hussain.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Can Councillor Goodwin give an update on the improvements the B network has brought to Oldham buses since franchising in 2004?
Thank you for your question, Councillor Hussain. Oldham's franchise bus services have seen major improvements in punctuality, patronage, fleet quality and passenger experience since March 24, with depot electrification, zero emission expansion and staff investment. Service performance punctuality on key routes, such as the 84, 181, 182, 409, improved by 23 to 29 percentage points. Patronage growth recorded on 3 of the 4 routes were up 17% year on year, and passenger growth overall, B network patronage in Oldham, in tranche 2, grew 15% year on year. Fleet and Depot 85 zero emission buses are now in service, up from 50. Oldham Depot is partially electrified with more charges added, and Middleton Depot electrification in December 25 will cascade newer vehicles into Oldham. All buses will meet the B network standard by early 26. Staffing and training, 120 new drivers recruited since March 24, with dedicated Oldham safe driving training courses rolled out. 2 new bus washes are operational, with depot upgrades ongoing, with further staff facility improvements planned in 2026. Contactless tap and go and B network copper fare has been introduced, with modern low emission buses with low floor access, better seating and real-time information screen. In short, Mr Mayor, Oldham's franchise bus services are now more reliable, greener, better staffed and more passenger friendly, with strong growth in usage and further upgrades planned through 2026.
Thank you. Councillor Sheldon.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Goodwin, for taking the question. It's on a lighter note, this question, but it relates to transport. I recently went on holiday with my wife, Diane, to Formentera. We flew from Manchester to Ibiza and returned. This was in September, after the school holidays. On both journeys, all passengers were boarded on time onto the aeroplane, only to be told there would be an hour's delay before we had permission from air control to take off. On the return journey, the pilot used the hour's delay to actually walk down and speak with passengers, and I was able to have a conversation with him. He informed me that these delays were becoming the norm due to the amount of air traffic flying over London airspace and his outlook was that the situation would only become worse as passenger numbers increased. As a stakeholder in Manchester Airport, can Oldham Council ask how the airport plan to remedy this situation? For Oldham residents who are fortunate enough to be flying on holiday next summer, we need assurance that long delays will not be the norm and the service to all travellers is improved. Thank you.
Councillor Goodwin, is this within your realm? Are you? Thank you.
Councillor Sheldon, and I'm sorry to hear about your experiences. Delays in travel is infuriating. However, I'm not sure that Manchester Airport has got jurisdiction over the use of airspace throughout the UK. That's probably the National NATS, they're called, the Air Traffic Control Service. So you might want to direct your concerns to that appropriate body.
Thank you. Councillor Hamlet, you have a question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mine's going to be very succinct and quick. Councillor Goodwin, I'd just like to ask yourself in regards to a 2021 issue. Mrs Morris and her neighbours have faced flooding of her business and flats, and the flooding officer gave a good response and an opportunity to fix the issue, yet the head of highways and engineering felt the need to give myself and Mrs Morris War and Peace long emails as to why it can't be done, then subsequently deleted my emails without them being further read. Your response to the article in the MEN back in August said you will be looking into getting the issue and the problem sorted. The Director of Environment further ignored my emails over a month ago, and since you and the Deputy Chief Executive for Place have yet to respond to my email from the 7th of November. So when will myself and Mrs Morris finally get a response and her business can continue? Thank you.
Councillor Goodwin, you have 20 seconds, or do you want to do a written reply to that, please?
Very quickly, I did ask officers to assess the situation to see what anything could be done. Because I didn't know this question was coming, I've not got that response to hand. And if I've missed your email the 17th of November, I apologise. I will look for that tonight.
Thank you. That is the end of that section. We'll now move on to item 10, notice of administration business. There are 30 minutes set aside for this item. Motion 1, strengthening standards and restoring confidence in local democracy. I call on Councillor Harrison to move and Councillor Nasheen to second the motion.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I rise to move this motion. Selflessness, integrity, objectivity, accountability, openness, honesty, leadership. These are the 7 Nolan principles and apply to anyone who holds public office. The Local Government Association guidance further describes how councillors are expected to behave better than an ordinary member of the public, because ultimately we're all leaders. We're expected to lead by example, set the tone for respectful behaviour, uphold the reputation of this council, promote good behaviour in others, not engage in hostile, abusive or unprofessional communications, and act with integrity. If I was to offer some time for self-reflection, just on the principles of leadership, integrity and respect, there will be people who could look internally and think they've not followed those principles, whether that be disrespecting the Mayor in the Chamber, outside the Chamber when communicating with officers negatively, misusing council buildings and facilities, when engaging with residents or on social media when posting about individuals. Have you conducted yourself in a way that has fallen below what an informed and reasonable member of the public would deem to be expected of a public office holder? When council meetings have descended into a circus, I expect, if truthful self-reflection is occurring right now, the answer to that question will be yes for some. And if so, you're a part of the problem. As councillors, we're expected to act in accordance with the trust placed in us when elected. As councillors, we're expected to model the high standards expected of councillors by being mutually respectful, even if you have personal or political differences. As councillors, we're expected to have high expectations of one another. As councillors, we're expected to uphold exemplary behaviours, avoiding misconduct, demonstrating leadership to further secure the confidence in the role of us as councillors. And so, given all of the above, is it any wonder why we have higher than average standard complaints that go to our monitoring officer? Now, it isn't up to anyone else to state there are too many complaints. A grievance is a grievance, and the council has a process for dealing with those complaints. Similarly, it is also not up to anyone to state someone should not put in a complaint because of the added pressure on the public purse. As councillors, we should all be mindful that it is poor behavioural choices that are putting pressures on the public purse.
Councillor Harrison, could you just 1 minute? Could the Reform councillors stop speaking to each other at the back there? If you wish to speak, go outside. You're disturbing people in the...
Sorry, Mr Mayor, that is incredibly rude.
No,
Nobody's
it's not
speaking.
incredibly rude.
Nobody's
it's incredibly
speaking.
rude.
You have done this all night. You've
It's
looked over at this direction and you've raised your voice to us now.
I have
when
not
nobody
raised
said
my
a word.
voice to you. You've raised your voice to me. Please, if you wish to go and discuss something
You're not
in
discussing
detail,
nothing. You've looked over and you said that we're speaking when nobody's speaking. You've got a problem with this group and you've got a problem
I have
with...
not. Sit down, Mr Quick, Councillor Quick. I have not got a problem with you.
Yes, you have.
I have not got a problem with you. Turn your microphone off, please.
I have. It's off.
It's a red. Can we please, everybody in this room, do not have conversations between yourselves while other people are speaking. It's rude and it disturbs other people. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Similarly, it is also not up to anyone else to state someone should not put in a complaint because of the added pressure on the public purse. As councillors, we should all be mindful that it's poor behavioural choices that are putting pressures on the public purse. Being mindful in this way, I have called it leadership and self-governance. Self-governance, something I fear that is lost on some, and that's why I welcome our government's proposal to strengthen the standards regime to reset the conduct of all members and their behaviours so that we in Oldham can once again restore confidence in local democracy. For too long, poor behaviours have gone unchecked, which has legitimised boundaries being pushed further and further, and I fear where it will end. You imagine, and I've only spoken about behaviours relating to common decency, but what when a councillor abuses their position and breaches the trust of the electorate that they put in them? What can we as a committee do in that instance? The minimum. All we can do is stop them from attending committee meetings as the strongest form of retribution. Poor behaviours are legitimised in Oldham, standards are on the floor, and as a subcommittee, these are legitimised by some. I've not got much time, but please support this motion and let's restore decency in Oldham. Thank you.
Councillor Nasheen, to second.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I am very pleased to second this motion. At the heart of local democracy lies one essential principle, and that's trust. Trust that those elected to represent our communities will uphold the highest standard of integrity. Trust that when concerns are raised, they will be handled fairly and consistently. And trust that when things go wrong, the system is strong, transparent and capable of putting them right. But across the country, and yes, here in Oldham, that trust has been shaken. Residents have witnessed instances where the behaviour of some councillors has fallen short of what the public rightly expects. These situations have exposed the weakness in the current framework, inconsistent standards between councils, limited powers to address serious misconduct, and a process that feels unclear and unsatisfactory for everyone involved. When people lose confidence in the rules that govern elected members, confidence in our entire democratic system suffers. That is why this motion matters. By supporting a mandatory national code of conduct, by backing meaningful powers to deal with serious breaches, and by committing ourselves to real, visible transparency, we send a message that extends far beyond this chamber. That Oldham will not tolerate poor behaviour, that Oldham expects integrity from every elected member, and that when the trust placed in us by our residents is something we will protect with absolute seriousness. This is about ensuring that every councillor in every authority is held to the same baseline of professional and ethical behaviour. It protects residents, it protects our staff, and it protects those of us who serve with honesty, respect and dedication. Restoring confidence in local democracy is not a party political issue. It is a shared responsibility. And this motion is a clear step toward the modern, professional standards of public service our communities deserve. I am proud to second this motion and I urge colleagues across the chamber to support it. Thank you.
We have received 2 amendments to this motion, which we will deal with in the order that they were received. Could I invite Councillor Quigg to move and Councillor Wilkinson to second Amendment 1?
Move, Mr Mayor, reserve the right reply.
Councillor Wilkinson.
Second, Mr Mayor. Clarification, Mr Mayor. On the sheet we've been given, item 10, it talks about Amendment 1 and then Amendment 2 and then the amendment my group submitted, which is 3. I'm just confused when you said 1 amendment. Are we on the first amendment submitted by Reform UK?
As I understand it, there was a supplementary sheet issued. Councillor Wilkinson.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just a very brief comment. I totally understand and respect what the 2 councillors have brought up today, and I'm all for that, and I will be voting for the motion. I would like to say, though, that I think we should go a lot deeper in this, in that when local councillors are being elected, we should be electing councillors who have no previous convictions. We should also bring, when they are brought into the chambers and got through, should have enhanced DBS checks.
Excuse me, Councillor Wilkinson. Councillor Wilkinson, can I just ask you a question? Councillor Wilkinson, I just want to ask you a question. Are you speaking to the amendment now?
Yeah, second.
Yeah, all right, it's fine. It's fine. Just wanted to check on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Should be cleaner, whiter than white. They should be looked at like police officers are. So that's my point. Thank you.
Councillor Alan Downey, you wish to speak?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I would welcome more discussion, particularly on the first part of the amendment. I understood it originally was going to be separate, which makes things a little less clear. So the amendment is anyone who's been convicted of an offence. So I'm going to turn around to it because I just it's convicted with a sentence is the way it's been phrased. What my concern is that means that somebody, say, who was guilty of a very minor offence but carried a really minor custodial sentence. So if somebody was shoplifting as a 16-year-old and got a custodial sentence of like 2 weeks, by the time they're 60, they still wouldn't allow to be a councillor. Well, that's why I'm up for discussion rather. But I'm asking the questions. What concerns me as well is that there are examples of people who have been politicians because they've changed their lives. So Pauline, I don't want to get the names wrong. Pauline Pearce. So Pauline Pearce, as a young person, was convicted of transporting drugs, which is a very serious offence. She turned her life around and became an anti-drugs campaigner, an anti-knife crime campaigner, and someone who, whilst has never been elected, stood for council. That people can turn their lives around, and it just seems like that. Whilst I support the principle of what you're trying to say, there are certainly some areas where the current line is drawn in the wrong place. I'd appreciate comment from yourselves as to exactly where you think that line should be drawn, any issues that there are around this. Ideally, I'd like it to be just discussed out further before I make up my mind on exactly what the outcome of this is. I'll also refer to Peter Hain, who was convicted with regards to protesting on anti-apartheid campaigns. Now, it was a private conviction, so it didn't carry a jail. What he ended up with didn't carry a jail sentence, but it could very easily have done. Somebody protesting about something like that, about the apartheid regime in South Africa, who then went on to become a minister. It doesn't seem right that there's just this absolute ban. I totally see where you're coming from. I'd appreciate more input from yourselves on if you think there needs to be a line drawn somewhere there and where that would be. Thank you.
Any other members wishing to speak on this? Councillor Harrison, do you wish to reply?
Yes, please, Mr Mayor. I appreciate the words of Councillor Wilkinson, but Mr Mayor and colleagues, let's be clear. This amendment is not about protecting the public. It's about creating an artificial moral purity test that no modern democracy should tolerate. First, this amendment is fundamentally anti-democratic. It tells the public, we don't trust you to choose your own representatives. We'll decide for you. If a community wants to elect someone who made a mistake 20 years ago but has spent every year, every day, serving that community since, it's their democratic right. This amendment would rip away that choice. As Councillor Al-Hamdani has stated, it treats every criminal record as if they're all the same. That's lazy policy making. It lumps together a young lad who got a fine at 19 for being drunk and disorderly with someone convicted of deliberate corruption. It treats stealing a bike at 17 the same as violent crime. It is blunt, it is crude, and it is utterly irrational. Third, and this is where the amendment is not just wrong but morally offensive, it punishes people who were coerced, groomed, or exploited. We know the real world. A woman forced by a controlling partner to commit benefit fraud. A teenager groomed by gangs into carrying drugs. A young person manipulated into offending because they had no family, no safety, no way out. These are survivors. This amendment would permanently exclude them from public life. That is not safeguarding, that is victim blaming at scale. Are we really saying those individuals, survivors, not criminals in the moral sense, should be permanently banned from civic life? That's not protection, that is punishment of the vulnerable. Fourth, we either believe in rehabilitation or we don't. Our entire justice system is built on the idea that people can reform. Many people with convictions come from disadvantaged backgrounds, over-policed communities, those with care experiences, poverty, marginalised groups. Someone who rebuilt their life after a sentence, who got clean, got stable, turned everything around and is now contributing positively. That's the kind of person communities look up to. And yet this amendment says, no, you will never be good enough. That is small-minded and it is wrong. Councils are stronger when they include people with lived experiences. The best advocates for tackling crime, exploitation, addiction and safeguarding are often people who have survived those very issues. This amendment would silence those voices, the voices that residents listen to the most. And let's not pretend that there is a gap in the law. There isn't. People with recent custodial sentences, sexual offence notification requirements and corruption convictions are already barred. Public safety is already protected. This amendment adds nothing except stigma, division and a deliberate narrowing of who gets to participate in democracy. So let's call this amendment for what it is: punitive, prejudiced and politically regressive. For all those reasons, because it's unjust, undemocratic and harmful to survivors and communities, we won't be supporting this amendment. Thank you.
Councillor Quigg, you have a right to reply.
Yes, thank you. I did reserve it. Thank you, Councillor Harrison, for your kind words to the amendment this evening. I'm sure the victims of crime will be delighted to know that in your eyes, those who break the law can make the law. So, isn't that nice? However, as my colleague Councillor Wilkinson has been telling me throughout the night, there are some offences that would be exempt from this. But what it quite clearly says is those of a custodial sentence, including suspended sentence. These are serious crimes. And as far as I'm concerned, if you commit the crime, you do the time, then I'm sorry, you shouldn't be able to make the law. In my role, you cannot be employed if you've got a criminal past. That's it. Doesn't happen. So as far as I'm concerned, we're tightening up what I think is a reasonable amendment to the law, in particular 1986 Representation of the People's Act, which currently stands where if you have been convicted in the past up to 5 years to polling day, you can stand for election. It does remind me of a certain ward in this council, actually, in this council borough, Werneth ward in particular, where Dale Cregan's getaway driver, Mohammed Imran Ali, is standing for election. Very nice for those of us who work hard, do an honest living, who haven't committed a crime in our time, who now have to see this farce of an election in Werneth ward play out. And I'm sure the victims of crime across the borough are saying the same. If you break the law, you should not make the law, whether it's at local government or national government. And as far as I'm concerned, the fact that you're going to rule out enhanced DBS checks is again, another reason why this council is failing so badly in the eyes of the public, because people out there know that this council isn't doing things properly. I know Councillor Sykes has raised the fact in the past about DBS checks not being carried out. So for me, I can't see why this amendment wouldn't pass. If you're such a liberal and you want to let people who commit crimes stand for election, that's what you've said tonight, then that's your position. But I think it's a very straightforward position and one that I think most members of the public would support. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll move to the vote. Please can members use electronic voting to cast your vote. You will have 20 seconds to cast your vote, and when I announce the voting is closed, there will be no more voting and you will not be able to change your vote. We are closing the votes now. The voting is closed. As can be seen on the screen, the amendment was lost. We will now move on to Amendment 2. I call on Councillor Sykes to move and Councillor Marland to second the amendment. We have about 5 or 6 minutes in total, I think.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'll keep it brief. This amendment seeks to put in place with the resolution that the same rules that apply to MPs apply to elected members. I have to say, and I think most of my colleagues, or all my colleagues even, have a problem with unelected people deciding elected people are not elected. The people who should make that decision are the people, and our amendment with the power of recall, just like we have for MPs, will give that power back to the people and give them the ability to remove one of their elected members if that's what they wished. I think you go down a very slippery path, and some of us have been round long enough to remember the old Standards Board regime, which was not a panacea, far from it. It was abused. It was used to persecute some councillors trying to do their duties. And involved a lot of wasted time and effort. What this would do, and I've made the same representations to the consultation that the government's really done, it will put in place exactly the same powers that are good enough for our MPs, and if it's good enough for them, it's good enough for us. Thank you very much, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Marland, do you wish to speak?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yeah, I'm happy to second this amendment. All of us here are elected representatives. We mustn't forget that we asked the residents of this borough to vote for us. They did this, and therefore it's our privilege and our duty to serve the public. This amendment will give the power to the voters to enhance democracy, improve standards in public life, and reduce the risk of politically motivated complaints. The government has run a consultation, and it was absolutely clear that people were concerned about the potential for this as a revenge or politically malice tactic. The Oldham Standards process also requires an independent chair for the committee, rather than a council member appointed by the administration, and implementing best practice for code of conduct complaint handling. I am aware that some complaints are nearly 2 years old, but they are still awaiting for a decision on whether there is a case to answer. And this is 2 years too long. So I'm very happy to second this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Does any member wish to speak? No? Councillor Harrison, you have a right to reply.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to Councillor Sykes and Marlin for bringing this amendment forward. With regards to the independent, with regards to the independent chair suggestions, there are a few points that I wanted to make, especially given that it was stated that the chair, I'm not too sure which one you're on about, but at the last subcommittee was chaired by Councillor Byrne, who did so with fairness. So I just wanted to thank you for that. And that's all I wanted to say. So thank you. We're going to be abstaining on this. Thank you.
Councillor Sykes, do you wish to reply?
No need to. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
We will now move to the vote, and we will use electronic voting again to cast your vote on Amendment 2. You have 20 seconds. When I announce that the voting is closed, there will be no further voting.
Sorry, I can't vote.
Amendment 2 has been carried. This means that Amendment 2 will take the place of the original motion, and this now becomes a substantive motion. So, do we have any debate on that?
No.
No. Councillor Harrison, you have a right to reply. Oh, sorry, Councillor Alamdani.
Sorry, point of order. It's not now Councillor Harrison's right of reply, because it's the substantive motion.
Right, Councillor Sykes.
I'd suggest we just move to the vote, Mr. Mayor. We've had the debate gone. Can I just take this opportunity of asking the additional item we had at the start of the business? Can we make sure we have half an hour for the oppositions and we don't get squeezed because we rightly so debated the urgent item at the start of the business? Can I seek some clarification at this point? What time will the guillotine be dropping? Or do I need to propose a resolution that whenever we start opposition business, we drop the guillotine 30 minutes after that?
I was going to...
Which is what I'll move.
Yeah, okay. I was going to raise that actually after when this had finished. Yeah. Yeah, we have got reports as well. So, yeah, okay. So, well, do 30 minutes in the first instance, please. Yeah. So we are now moving to the vote on the substantive amended motion, yes. So. Closed. Yeah, closed. I think that is carried. Just about, yes. Thank you. And we now have... We have 4 minutes left of the this section, so we're moving on to motion 2 of the fairer parking charges at Manchester Airport. There's the mover and second of the motion are Councillor Jabbar and Councillor Charters. Councillor Jabbar, do you wish to move this?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And can I thank you for giving me the time to move this. I'm very pleased to move this motion today. I think, Mr. Mayor, the airport is a great asset for this region, and we part own it. And I'm very pleased that some of the work they're doing, particularly the recent investment they had, which resulted in £1.3 billion being spent, and the Terminal 2 being doubled in its size. I also had the chance to meet the Chief Executive recently, Ken O'Toole, and I really had a very fruitful discussion with him. So I think the airport is a great asset for us, and we love what they're doing, and we're very proud of it. But it's not about the success of the airport. It's about being dealing with some of the issues that genuinely is creating concern for our residents in relation to the charges for drop-off and pick-up. Mr. Mayor, the RSC has now confirmed what we and many passengers have been telling us for a long time. On a cost per minute basis, Manchester Airport is the most expensive airport in the entire country. At £5 for just 5 minutes, £6.40 for up to 10 minutes, and a staggering £25 for up to 30 minutes, combined with £100 fines for late payments. The system is needs to have a look at this to develop a passenger, pro-fairness system that will enable residents to use the airport in a proper way. I'll leave it at that. Move the
Councillor
motion.
Charters, do you wish to second?
Formally second, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, we have 2 amendments to this motion. Councillor Amdani, do you wish to move the amendment 1? And Councillor Sykes, do you wish to second that? Okay, can we move straight to the vote on that, please? So, voting on the amendment.
Is it good against?
Right, that's the amendment is lost. So now we move on to Amendment 2. Well, that's not that. Well, okay, so it won't be what we're going to do then. Somebody else going, right, okay. That was, these are infantile tactics. I'm sorry.
Councillor Quick needs to move, and then.
Councillor Quick, can you move it, please?
Yeah, move.
And can you stand up when you're moving, please, as per the standing orders?
Okay. Yeah. Yes, I shall move the motion as presented. Thank you.
I second the motion.
The amendment. Reply, so we'll move straight on to the the motion was lost, so we'll move on to the original motion and vote on that, please. The motion is carried. Thank you. Moving on to item 11, items of opposition motion, for which we have 30 minutes. There are 30 minutes set aside for this item. As agreed with the group leaders outside of this meeting, the 30 minutes will be allocated as follows. Oldham Group, 10 minutes. Liberal Democrats motion, 10 minutes. Conservative motion, 8 minutes. Reform UK motion, 2 minutes. We will now deal with motion 1, Werner Park Music Rooms Community-led regeneration and asset transfer. I call on Councillor Ibrahim to move and Councillor Akhtar to second the motion.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Today we bring this motion to this council on this Grade 2 listed building, the music room, which dates back to 1850, which has fallen into disrepair since it closed in 2001. The building is now barricaded by security fencing. It is now listed as Conservatory in the Park on Historic England's Register for historic buildings and sites in England. Wearmouth Park, which was the home to Sarah Lees and her family, was gifted by Sarah's daughter Marjorie in 1936. I feel that we have let the family down by letting this building fall into disrepair. We must remember the history of this building and the sentimental memories it has to the residents of this borough. Residents of this borough have had wedding receptions, while some will tell you stories from parents and grandparents of the baby clinics. These are cherished memories, but what do we tell the future generation of the residents of this borough? We don't have anything to tell because of how this building now sits in Wearmouth Park. As ward councillors, a number of conversations have taken place over the years regarding funding bids and lottery grants. Everything comes to a standstill. When you look around the borough and other parks in this borough, they have received lottery grants, yet this building is incurring security and maintenance costs, which is costing this council tens of thousands of pounds annually, something this council doesn't have. What we would like is this building to be brought back into use for the residents of this borough. This motion is not asking for financial support from this council funds. It's asking for support to ensure the correct group is assigned to be set up, help to apply for the lottery grants without any obstructions. I urge the members of this chamber to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Akhtar to second.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. This motion is about heritage, culture and community enterprise. The Wearmouth Park music rooms have stood derelict since 2001, a visible scar on the borough's historic landscape and a drain on the public purse. The building is now a magnet for continuous vandalism and antisocial behaviour. Only recently, a group of young people were on the roof. They could have easily fallen through, risking serious injury or even a fatality. Something must be done before it is too late. The condition of the music rooms undermines our heritage commitments and continues to cost the taxpayer. Early feasibility studies are outdated. Current estimates place refurbishment at between £3 to £5 million, a sum Oldham Council cannot afford on its own. The only visible solution is a community-led partnership. Funders have confirmed their readiness to invest, provided there is demonstrable community involvement and an alignment with their investment principles. Councillor Dean, you were present along with myself and other members in one of these meetings where the commitment was made by HLF. Council support matters. Without a partnership with the council, major funders will not release capital grants. No direct financial contribution is required from the council. The proposal relies on governance support and an asset transfer. The project will reduce maintenance liabilities, regenerate a historic landmark and generate substantial economic and social value for the borough. The Oldham community has long championed the restoration of this iconic asset. Yet, despite repeated expressions of support, council-led progress has stalled. The solution now lies in a credible, fully fundable path led by a local community organisation backed by the Heritage Lottery Fund and supported by the council. Accordingly, I ask councillors to endorse the following actions: support the regeneration vision of the music rooms, back funding applications to the Arts Heritage Fund and the Heritage Lottery Fund, agree to the conditional asset transfers necessary for the project, and ensure collaborative officer support and oversight throughout. Conversations with the interested group have been ongoing for almost 5 years. I stress 5 years. It is time for the council to reach a decision. Various elected members and officers have met the interested group for over 10 times now. This is a once in a generation chance to restore a treasured, iconic building, strengthen our cultural offer and empower local people, all without any capital outlay from this council. And again, stress without any capital outlay from this council. I urge you to seize this opportunity and vote in favour of the motion. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. We have received an amendment to the motion. I call upon Councillor Dean to move and Councillor Bidar Hussain to second the amendment.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I won't disagree with a lot that's been said. I think this building does need rescuing. It's got a lot of challenges, mainly because of its listing category as well, because most of the listing is around the conservatory, which is in a very poor condition. And all we are trying to do with this amendment really is to take some of the things out of the amendment that actually weren't correct. So there's a lot of corrections in it, but also in moving forward with this, there has to be due diligence around how it is taken forward with the particular groups. And certainly it's my wish, as it is yours, to actually get some traction on this and to make some progress with this particular building. But also we have, as I say, have to have due diligence, and we really have to have some confidence in the end use of the building afterwards as well. Because obviously we have a commitment, if we go with the National Lottery bid, to make sure the building has longevity and use in the future as well. So basically, our amendment is mainly corrections that weren't right within the original proposal, and also to make sure that we get due diligence around the group going forward with the development of this and with a subsequent lottery bid. So I'll move the amendment, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Hussain, do you wish to second the amendment? Does anybody want to speak?
Thank you, Mayor. I concur with your response, Councillor Dean, but when you say inaccuracies, where's the inaccuracy in point of time scale? You say due diligence. How many years will it take us to carry out this due diligence and whether the group is capable of going ahead with this? It's been 5 years since the initial conversation, and we're into end of the initial conversation was in April 2001. We're in December 2025 now. Does it take half a decade for this council to do due diligence? Come on, otherwise we would have been supportive of this amendment, but because you've taken that time scale out, it doesn't give me the assurance. All you're trying to do is kick it into long grass again.
Thank you. Right of reply, Councillor Ibrahim.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Well, Councillor Akhtar has said what I would have liked to have said. Many meetings have taken place where Councillor Dean has been present. We don't agree with the timescale being taken out of the amendment. It is about time a decision was made, and valuable unpaid community time is not wasted in this decision making. And I would lastly like to congratulate Councillor Hussain on seconding a motion in 23 years. Thank you.
Very quickly, Councillor Dean, do you?
Well, I just feel this amendment actually strengthens where we're actually at. I have been involved in discussions, and I've been involved in continuing discussions around this particular building and with particular groups. And it's not just focusing on one particular group, because there are other groups that are interested within this development.
Okay, we're out of time nearly, so we do need to move to the vote. So we are voting on the amendment. Please, can members use the electronic voting system to cast your vote, and you will have 20 seconds, as I've said previously. The voting system is now closed. The amendment is lost. So we move on to the... Oh, sorry, the amendment is carried, sorry. So we will move The amendment has been carried. This means the amendment will take the place of the original motion, and this now becomes a substantive motion upon which any further amendment may be moved. So we'll now move on to a vote on to the amended motion, the substantive motion. Can members use their electronic voting system to cast it? The motion is carried.
No abstention.
Well, all right.
Is it not working? Does anyone want to abstain? If it,
we
show a hand.
Yeah, doesn't matter.
Does everybody agree we won't bother having a vote?
Do you want a show of hands, or are we happy to accept the ones that aren't showing abstentions?
Everybody's voted.
Oh, everybody's voted, yeah. So we have. There's only 55 in the room. Yeah. We might move on to motion 2, fair funding for local government. I call on Councillor Alamdani to move and Councillor Harkness to second the motion. Councillor Alamdani.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to move these around. Not enough space on these desks. The funding of local councils is absolutely critical for delivering the services that people in Oldham and places like it need on a daily basis. And what we were promised with this fair funding settlement was an early settlement, and that has not emerged. We were promised a fair funding settlement that would help places like Oldham to know what they were doing. And what we seem to be getting, unfortunately, is a bodge job. A settlement after the initial settlement failed to achieve what was wanted. We were promised a long-term settlement that would allow councils to plan ahead. And what we seem to have is a cliff edge in 3 years' time. A fair funding formula that no one's happy with, and councils with areas of massive deprivation that are losing funding, not gaining it, and their critical requirements ignored. So last year, we were in this position and the government rushed through a settlement. Now, I can understand that. Labour government have been in place since July. They didn't have a lot of time to get this sorted, so they said, we'll do it the next year. I understand that you have to put it back and consider that. Now, in that settlement that they made last year, there was a ministerial forward by the local MPs, or fairly local MPs, Angela Rayner, Jim McMahon, and it said that £600 million was being directed through a one-off recovery grant to sustain councils with historic low tax bases and higher levels of deprivation through to the upcoming multi-year settlement. So what they said was, like, we can't sort this right now, we'll take a year and we'll sort it properly. They came back to us after the review with their fair funding settlement, and they put it to people and they went, oh gosh, that doesn't work, we need to sort this out again. And so instead of actually a fair funding settlement that works, they went, right, what can we do? What can we do? We'll do the fair funding settlement, we'll do the recovery grant again, and we'll put that in place for 3 years. Now, that's not sorting out fair funding. That's working out that you got it wrong at the last minute and fudging something because the system you've put in place does not work properly. And even then, when they've fudged it and kind of pushed this through, and admittedly we haven't seen the final figures because they're late, they've still not got things right. You know, you've got councils, so the area with the highest deprivation in Greater Manchester lost funding. You've got areas of the country like Cornwall that used to get money because of the size of the area that they were trying to cover and that having additional costs. That's disappeared. There's a whole series of things that were supposed to be fair in the way that the government was approaching this, and it's not. And they had the time. They could have said at the start, this is how long we need to get this settlement, to get this fair funding in place. They chose the timescale. They chose the timescale and they got it wrong. They promised us the figures on this funding settlement in November, and when they got it wrong, they delayed it, and now we're in the same position as we were last year, where we don't know the figures until the end of the year. Now, there is progress. It's a multi-year settlement. That means once we get through this bodge, it's a bodge that lasts for 3 years, and at least we know where we're going for 3 years. So, you know, not as bad as was previously the case, but still a bodge job. And that's just not good enough. Now, when you've got a council that is in the position that ours is, and Councillor Jabbar...
Councillor Alan Darney, 4 minutes.
When you've got a council of money, but trust me, it's all okay, that's not good enough. We've lost millions of pounds in reserves and we're running out. And trust me, it'll be okay, is not good enough. We need better.
Councillor Harkness.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So we've seen many years of areas such as Oldham disadvantaged by the local government funding, the way local government is funding. Raising council tax in Oldham has far less effect than in some areas. So we do need to see reform of council tax and business rates. We need to see real-term. We've seen real-term cuts in local government for over a decade. We've seen raising costs to housing support and adult social care. We're seeing raising costs for children's services. We're seeing raising costs for SEND and the review for SEND being kicked down the road. The government needs to address the social care crisis. Unless things change, many councils are going to go bankrupt. For the second year running, this council has a black hole in its finances. It's a ridiculous situation councils are in, where they're told later on what the settlement's going to be. Councils need the multi-year settlements, which we welcome, which can allow us for more longer-term planning and investment. My colleague has explained some of the flaws currently in the proposals by the government. Local councils are best placed to understand and respond to local needs. This is why we've always said that the current system is unfair. Since 2016, council funding has been cut by a quarter. We need a fair funding formula that reflects the actual needs and deprivations levels of the area. We've seen the revenue support grant disappear. This was a key funding avenue for councils in deprived areas, as and they are less likely. They can less rely on business rates and council tax. We believe that the revenue support grant should be restored, and local government funding should be brought back to sustainable levels. Local government funding is unfair and has been for far too long. Without change, of course, we're going to see more councils go bankrupt, and judging by the figures, we won't be long far behind. We hope that we can secure cross-party support to ensure that this funding, that we get the funding required to deliver the services our communities need. I think at the moment it's far too soon for us to be looking at congratulating the government. We've ran a deficit last year. We're running a deficit this year. So it's far too soon to be doing that. We should, and also we need to be having a system which addresses the social care funding. Without funding to social care adequately, we're not going to resolve the NHS crisis, and we're not going to resolve the local government crisis. Please support the motion unamended. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Jabbar to move and Councillor Shah to second the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Do you know what? I love people talking about more money for local authorities, so thank you for that. But, Mr. Mayor, some of the contribution we've seen from the Liberal Democrat is absolutely breathtaking. Do you know what? Some of the stuff they've asked for was debated here back in July, and they abstained on the vote. So they're bringing this back again. I don't know why, because most of the things we'd already done in July meeting. But before I go any further, Mr. Mayor, can I just remind the Liberal Democrat colleagues some things? It's really important that you get this right. In 2010, the coalition government, Sir Danny Alexandra was the Chief Secretary to the Treasury, and he was there for full 5 years. And during his time, he devastated the local government finance. And we're still feeling the consequences of that in this town. And they've forgotten that. And Councillor Sam Al-Hamdani is talking about the botch that we made. We took over a government finance with £22 billion hole. We had to deal with that, and we brought up a funding formula which will give local authorities like ours more money than when the previous government was, and he's failed to acknowledge that. It is astonishing and breathtaking, Mr. Mayor, the level of hypocrisy that I'm seeing in this chamber. I am all up for getting more money here, but this is the reality. That Sir Danny Alexander was the Chief Secretary.
Councillor Jawar, I'm afraid we're out of time on this section, so we do need to move on. Councillor Shah, are you going to second it?
Yeah, do I get a chance to speak? No. Okay, second the motion.
Okay. Now we'll move to the... there's no time for any further speaking on that, so we'll move to the vote. And as usual, the 20 seconds to vote.
Yeah.
The amendment has been carried. This means the amendment will take the place of the original motion, and this now becomes a substantive motion on which any further amendments may be moved. We have no further time, so we will now move straight to the vote on the amended substantive motion. And are we up for that now? No abstention again.
Just to make the point.
Okay. The motion is carried. Thank you. Ensuring statutory scrutiny and enforceability for places for everyone master plan. I call on Councillor Sharp to move and Councillor Lancaster to second the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I hope members understand where we're coming from with this motion. This isn't about opposing development. We all know growth is coming and it's important it's done well. PFE is now adopted policy, so this isn't a debate about whether it should happen. What this motion is about is making sure that as development comes forward, it delivers properly for the people who live here with the protections, consultation and scrutiny they deserve. Communities like St James, Shaw, Royton and Saddleworth are already facing the reality of major allocations. Residents are rightly asking, will this be done carefully, transparently and with proper safeguards, or will decisions be taken over their heads with minimal consultation? The reality is that my ward, St James, is expected to live with the consequences, and my residents are not alone. Across the borough, communities are being told what their future looks like by people who won't face the impacts. You would think, after all the contention, after all the promises about transparency and best practice, that this council would do the one thing residents deserve: a statutory enforceable master plan. Not something nodded through by Cabinet, with barely any chance for the people who live there to shape it. Because let's be honest, the current approach is being taken to avoid scrutiny. A non-statutory master plan is quicker, it's easier, and it keeps awkward voices out. It leaves residents in St James and in every other community affected by PFE with less protection than the policy intended. And it hands developers a free pass on some of the most sensitive land in this borough. Residents can see exactly what's happening. Decisions made by people who don't live anywhere near Bill Valley, who won't be stuck in the traffic, who won't be dealing with the contamination risk, who won't be explaining why a huge strategic site was signed off without a single statutory process. A statutory supplementary planning document is not radical. It's basic good governance. It means residents get a minimum 4-week legal consultation, not a tick box exercise. It means a sustainability appraisal instead of pretending everything will magically be fine. And it means the master plan actually carries real planning weight when the bulldozers turn up. If the master plan is so solid, so defendable, so visionary, why is everyone so afraid of doing it properly? Why avoid the legal process? Why cut corners? Why push a non-statutory document that every planning lawyer will tell you carries less weight? Because it's faster? Because residents might say things you don't want to hear? Because public scrutiny is inconvenient? This motion is not an attempt to stop development. It's a demand that development is accountable. It's a message from St James and from every community that has watched decisions being made taken over their heads. We will not accept master plans agreed behind closed doors. We will not accept second-class protections because someone wants an easy life politically. You cannot tell residents that PFE is transformational and once in a generation while asking them to accept a master plan with less legal status than a supplementary planning document. If you believe in PFE, then do it properly. If you believe this is right for Oldham, then defend it in public. To members who don't live anywhere near Beale Valley and who never face the consequences of a bad master plan, ask yourselves honestly, would you accept this in your ward and on your doorstep? A non-statutory plan on a site with contamination history and a landslip risk. Cabinet signing off development that reshapes your community without a legal requirement to consult you. Because my residents won't. This motion is simple. No shortcuts, no backroom agreements, no trust us politics, but statutory consultation, sustainability appraisal and real scrutiny. If the administration believes that the Beale Valley proposals are defensible, then they should be able to defend them publicly. I hope everyone in this chamber supports this motion, no matter which ward you represent. The principle is the same. Development must be done with residents, not to them. Thank you.
So, Councillor Lancaster, sir.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I am proud to speak in support of this Conservative motion proposed by my group colleague, Councillor Sharp. Whilst I associate with the concerns of those living close nearby and have supported their long-standing objection to greenbelt loss, my personal interest is not parochial. Large-scale development across the Beale Valley and Broadbent Moss will have adverse consequence on Saddleworth North, but comparatively, far less than on St James, Shaw and Royton South wards. Nonetheless, I try to prioritise the wider public interest and progress what is best for the whole borough. Proper planning procedure, statutory scrutiny and democratic input is the standard we would expect, demand even, for our own ward constituents. We should therefore give the same support to residents in Sholver, Shaw, Hayside and the surrounding area. There is precedence at play here. In my opinion, Oldham ought to have withdrawn from Places for Everyone years ago. But regardless, these residents are subject to excessive development which they opposed from the offset, and so the least they deserve is for this local authority to now embed the strongest possible safeguards. As Councillor Sharp has well argued already, the current non-statutory approach is woefully insufficient. An informal master plan has only weak weight in planning terms, and should we proceed on this basis, any planning applications determined against the developer's preference will be difficult to defend on appeal. A supplementary planning document would instead empower the local authority to represent the public interest. With an informal master plan, public engagement is at the discretion of the developer, and often poor. Rather than fighting to have their voices heard, residents should be encouraged to provide input. Again, a supplementary planning document widens participation with a statutory consultation. Through approval of this principled and pragmatic motion, Oldham Council can reclaim some public trust lost over Places for Everyone and prioritise proper planning procedure, statutory scrutiny and democratic input. Let us put aside past disagreements over PFE, resist scaremongering from the construction lobby and do the right thing by residents now. I urge all elected members to please vote in favour, and thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. We have 2 minutes left. Councillor Hinds, you indicated you wish to speak.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. I think this developer-led strategy is detrimental not only to the green spaces we have, but also to residents' rights, in my view. And I welcome this motion brought by Councillor Sharp, and I'll be fully supporting it. And I'd just like to note that the eagerness of developers to get hold of our profitable crown jewels, I think, has been demonstrated by the email we all received. Thank you.
Councillor Taylor, you wish to speak?
Yes, Mr Mayor, I will be brief. I appreciate that we're short of time. But I think there is a key point that we need to make here, and this is that if you wanted to bring this motion, you should have done it long before now. Regardless of whether you are in favour of an SPD or a master plan, we can't kid ourselves about this. The reality is that this motion will put Planning Committee in a very difficult position, because when planning applications start coming forward for these PFE sites, possibly as soon as next month, the reality is that we won't have got an SPD through. We just haven't got the time to do it now. And so what we do already have is a suitable master plan that is proposed for this site, and it would be deemed unreasonable for planning committee to refuse permission for development that is consistent with that master plan. So a refusal on that basis will almost certainly be overturned on appeal, potentially with significant costs awarded against the council. And what I just want to say very briefly about the master plan is that the master plan for Beal Valley and Broadbent Moss, which is due to be considered, as you said, next week, is a product of positive engagement. And that engagement is about ensuring sustainable, high-quality development of these sites, providing new homes and new infrastructure, including, I might add, a multi-million-pound investment in the brand new Metrolink stop. And that will help improve access to one of the least accessible parts of the borough.
We are out of time on this section, so we need to move to the vote. We use electronic voting system again. The motion is carried. We'll now move on to motion 4, Don't Trash Oldham. We have 2 minutes for this item, and it's Councillor Quigg to move and Councillor Ball to second.
For.
Councillor Ball.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, for letting me speak on this subject, although we have only got 2 minutes and others that have had 6. Don't trash Oldham for the few, not the many. Residents were under the impression that all alleyways would be cleared, whether adopted or unadopted. However, this was not the case in Failsworth. Feedback has been, why is my alley not being deep cleaned like the one across the road? We pay the same council tax. There was lots of fanfare and PR from September 2021, with stories and photos published on social media. In November 2021 that year, it appeared on I Love Oldham, showing an unadopted alleyway in Shaw having been deep cleaned, with the accompanying text stating, the DTO team are determined to get to every alleyway. In August 2022, I took photos of alleys across East and West Failsworth that had been reported as requiring cleaning by residents. Some to this date have never been done. In July 23, after a year of absence, Councillor Davis got his seat back, and he wrote to us Failsworth councillors and the district team that he was under the impression all alleyways in Failsworth should have been cleared in the last DTO campaign. And to quote his email, there didn't seem to be that many cleared and cleaned to me. He asked for a list of locations and said, as far as the entries that need to be cleaned up to now, I would suggest going up all the terrace streets and see which need doing. I think there would be a lot. Whether he was intimating that other sitting councillors during his gap year had done nothing to resolve this, how wrong he was. I personally sent many emails and had many conversations about it. Prior to me forming my own litter group, Labour councillors used to organise a monthly litter pick, but this stopped every time any one of them lost their seats. I've got a fantastic team of volunteers in Failsworth who have literally cleared hundreds of bags of litter from the streets all across the Failsworth, along the canal and have deep cleaned alleyways. What would our streets look like?
Councillor Ball.
Extend it, please, Mr Mayor.
We're out of time. We're out of time.
We had 2 minutes, Mr Mayor.
We're out of time for that item. Thank you.
Well, thank you, and I expect it from you.
Draw that remark. Well,
we've been given 2 minutes.
Mr Mayor, can I have my point of clarification now? For the benefit of Councillors Wilkinson and Ball in particular, at the group leaders meeting this week, I offered your group more than 2 minutes, and I did that as a group leader. I said specifically in the group leaders meeting, if you would like, there wasn't a vote, it was an informal agreement, and you had an opportunity.
Excuse me, can everybody sit down and stop this conversation across the chamber?
Constantly.
Please sit down.
That's the truth.
No, it isn't the truth.
It is the truth.
Councillor Sykes can agree.
Do the other group leaders agree?
It is the truth. It is actually the truth.
We need to move.
The motion is lost. We will need to extend the time again. Members are happy to extend the time to 10:15. Yeah. Half an hour. At 10:30. 10:15. Yeah. $10. Okay. Moving on then. We've got items to discuss here. Well, at 10:15. 20. Yeah. Agreed. Okay. Thank you. So moving on to item 12, outcome of consultation on the introduction of Article 4, direction for houses of multiple occupation. I call on Councillor Taylor to move and Councillor Shah to second.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. This report to Council provides a summary of the consultation responses received to the introduction of the Article 4 direction on houses of multiple occupation. As promised at September Cabinet, we have brought the consultation feedback back to Council to ensure all members are fully cited on the summary responses which have been tabled in Appendices 3 and which are broken down by the key issues raised by respondents. In total, we received over 300 responses, which is extremely encouraging to the consultation, with the overwhelming majority of respondents supportive of the Article 4 direction. Issues and concerns have been cited in relation to the over-concentration of HMOs and their impact on housing quality and loss of family homes, parking and highway safety, amenity and the local environment, and local services and facilities. As is to be expected, there were some that did not support the introduction of the direction, raising concern that it will increase homelessness, limit access to a valuable source of housing for those in need, and that it is unnecessary. But as we've discussed on this matter before, an Article 4 direction isn't a blanket no on HMOs. It simply gives us more local control to manage the quality of HMOs across the borough. We recognise that HMOs provide a much-needed source of housing for various groups within the borough, including young people, working professionals, students and single-person households. However, poorly managed and maintained HMOs, especially where clusters of HMOs arise in one place, can have a detrimental impact on local areas. By removing the permitted development rights requiring a planning application to be submitted, the direction may not reduce the number of HMOs coming forward, but it will allow for the consideration of planning matters such as design, space standards and amenity as part of the planning process. It is considered that this will improve housing quality and offer a better standard of living for those in need of this type of accommodation, whilst protecting local amenity. Having considered these responses, a further report will be going to Cabinet next week to recommend confirmation of the direction with the agreed introduction date of the 1st of January 2026. However, I would briefly like to finish by saying that the Conservative Group motion that has passed this evening, replacing the PFE Master Plan for Beal Valley and Broadbent Moss with a supplementary planning document, may well mean that the local plan is delayed because planning officer resource will need to be redirected to support the preparation of the SPD. Therefore, members need to be aware that this means that our new local planning policies that will be used to assess HMO planning applications may also be delayed as a result. Thank you.
Councillor Shah, do you wish to second the report?
Second, Mr Mayor.
Oh, any member wish to speak? Councillor Alan Downey.
Thank you. How much time have we got? Because it just... We're getting. OK, let's go quickly. Well, it's good that the HMO sort of Article 4 direction is coming in. It's a really positive step. We've seen it happen elsewhere. It's a shame it took so long. I do wonder how Councillor Taylor seemed to know the outcome of the vote, because her written speech referred to the Conservative motion having passed. Seemed very odd. Anyway, the critical thing with regard to HMO, Councillor Taylor referred to the fact that HMOs provide an option for housing. They do, but that's because we have an absolutely catastrophic housing market in this country. That things like right to buy have gone far too far and mean that it is impossible for us to build social housing and for local authorities to build the right type of housing that we need to the standard that we need, that people actually want to live in. HMOs are the result of busted policies that absolutely need to be ripped up and started again. And if an Article 4 direction is as far as we can go right here, that's a good thing. But frankly, we need to rip up the whole of housing policies with regard to social housing, start again and deliver high quality housing that is not almost with. There are HMO exceptions, but some of the standards of housing in this country, not just HMOs, is criminal, and we need to get past that.
Councillor Davies, did you want to say something?
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I called for this Article 4 direction about 6 years ago. I was actually in the Oldham, I think it was the Oldham Times, or one of them anyway, about this. So I'm really good this is coming. But the heat map, it's for reasons like, for example, in Failsworth, where I represent, there's an heat map and we're well over-represented with HMOs, far over-represented. I understand there may be a need. You've got some properties that might be gotten a bit rough and there's nothing else. A developer wants, they've been up for sale. A developer wants to develop them. I kind of understand that. You know, an old industrial unit or something like that, or a pub or whatever, that there's no other use for. I kind of understand that. But giving us more power over this, and everybody's behind this. I know because I'm planning. We're all against a lot of this. What with the HMOs, giving us more control over it is a really good thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Can members note the report?
Can I just a point of clarification, Mr Mayor, if you don't mind, I'll be very brief. I just want to raise the point that I think Councillor Sam Al-Hamdani tried to insinuate something underhand. I really don't think it is difficult to preempt some of the voting patterns in this chamber, given that the opposition, regardless of your position on a lot of issues, will always coalesce against the administration. And it's important to share information. It is going to have an impact on the neighbourhood plan. It is going to have on Saddleworth neighbourhood plan, and it's going to have an impact on the local plan, and that might be something that conveniently you don't want to discuss with some of your residents, but it's important that that information is shared. Thank you.
Do members note the report? Yeah. Thank you. We'll now take item 13, appointment of members to the Independent Remuneration Panel. I call on Councillor Jabbar to move and Councillor Shah to second the report.
Moved, Mr Mayor.
Seconded, Mr Mayor.
We do need to vote on this one, so electronic voting again.
It's not come up.
And now it takes, but before it wasn't.
Yeah.
Before it wasn't.
So that was, that was everybody in favour. So item 14, annual report of the Audit Committee. I call on Councillor Jabbar to move and Councillor Shah to second.
Moved, Mr Mayor.
Seconded, Mr Mayor.
And again, we need to vote on this one, so we'll go to electronic voting. Oh, sorry, Sam. Apologies.
No, I just wanted to draw a few people. So there is a common comment amongst people that all the accounts of the council need to be audited. So one, they are. This is it. And it is really important that we kind of register that there is an internal audit process, there's an audit committee process and an external audit process, and this is us feeding back. I would like to draw people's attention to the fact that we've added comments about the situation with regards to payroll and HR, which has been problematic, and similarly to the overspending in child services. Those are things that we've consciously put into a report. And I'd also like to refer people to the fact that the external auditor has made comments this time about the overspending and the consistent use of reserves and the problems that is causing for the council. And despite comments that it's not going to cause a problem, we're not going to go bankrupt, the external auditor has registered that as an issue, and we should be aware of that. Thank you.
Thank you. The vote has gone ahead anyway, so that was agreed. And the next item is item 15, Scrutiny Annual Report. Councillor O'Connor to move and Councillor Junaid Hussain to second the report.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. In moving the annual scrutiny report, may I take this opportunity to thank all the officers and members who have contributed to the scrutiny programme for the year 2024-25. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Second, Mr Mayor.
Does Council note the report?
Brian wants to speak on the council actions.
All right. Right. All right. So, oh yeah, the last one. Yeah. The next item 18, Treasury Management half-year report. Councillor Jabbar to move and Councillor Shah to second.
Move, Mr Mayor.
Seconded, Mr Mayor.
Does any member wish to speak? We do need to vote on this one as well. I think that's unanimous.
Right, there's a couple of people come back
Oh no,
in, I think.
one, hang on.
People are in.
Yeah, everybody's voted. That's unanimous, yes. And item in favour, that is. The next item is item 17, updated on action from Council. Calling Councillor Shah to move and Councillor Taylor to second.
Move, Mr Mayor.
Second, Mr Mayor.
Brian wants to speak.
Oh, Brian. Councillor Hoban, should speak.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I think it's to do with actions of the council, but I'm going to say it anyway. I know it's panto season, so I might get booed or rotten tomatoes thrown at me outside of this place as well. But I'd just like to raise an issue that everybody seems to be negative about what we do at the council. We don't seem to be trumpeting enough what we're doing, and outside of here and inside of here, we seem to be talking the town down instead of talking the town up. And this is coming from a mank, by the way. But there's things that we need to celebrate and some things that we haven't celebrated that need to be brought to the attention of the council and need to be recognised. It was mentioned before by Feeder, but I don't think it was loud enough. Whether you like the politics or not, you've got to admire the people, and we've got some of the people that work very hard at this council, and it hasn't been mentioned that since the last meeting, the leader of the council won an award. So I'd like to congratulate her on that, and I'm surprised that her team didn't do this beforehand, but congratulations on the Leader's Award, and I think it's more things that we need to celebrate in the borough. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. It's been a fairly calm meeting tonight, so I'd like to thank everybody for that. Wish everybody a Merry Christmas, or however you may celebrate that, and also looking forward to a good New Year. And council that I've been honoured to be mayor, and I've met loads of wonderful people. It went off again. All over the town, and thank you.
Take my pen, Holly.